In this video, we'll be seeing how to develop a complete food delivery application. So you can see this is the admin dashboard. This is the dashboard for the restaurant. So let's sign into this dashboard. And here you can see we are inside the dashboard, and you can see we are having a message, no new orders. So we are going to display all the new orders in the dashboard. And here we'll be having an option to assign the order to the respective delivery executive. So that will be there when we make the order from the customer app. So for now, let's go to the products page. Here you can see we are having an option to add a new item. We are having the option to enter new item's name, description, price, and image. And in the right side, you can see we are listing all the items, and we are also having an option to delete the item. So if you click on this delete, it will delete the item from here. I will show that later. And in the orders section, you can see we are displaying the list of all orders here, and we are showing the status of the order. So we are having some status like open, success, failed, and assigned. So open means that the order is made right now by the customer and it has not been assigned to the delivery executive. So the assigned status means it has been assigned to one delivery executive. Okay. And then we have success and failed. That means the delivery has been successful or it has been failed. That's all. So we are having 4 statuses. And then we are having a logout function. So we have kept the admin dashboard or the restaurant dashboard simple as possible. Now we can move to the Android side. So this is the customer application. So you can see we are having the list of all items here. And you can see we are having 2 items now. So we are having a button plus and button minus. So let's click on the plus. And you can see operation successful, a toast message at the bottom. So you can go to the cart and you can see that item has been added to the cart. So when we click on this plus, it will add the item to the cart. And when we click on this minus, it will remove the item from the cart. So if you go to the cart, you can see the item is removed. And let's add some items on the cart. And we can enter the address for delivery. So click on the button, enter address. Here you can see the map has loaded. So if you zoom out, you can see that the map is pointing to Los Angeles. So our restaurant location is near here. So I have pointed this to the restaurant location. Now we can assign the customer delivery location. So the customer is going to select the delivery location. So by default, it will point to the location of that is the current location of the customer. It will point this map to the current location. Since I'm not using the GPS right now, it is not showing that. Okay. So I have already implemented that, and we'll be implementing that in this video. And we can select this location. So let's select this location here. So long press here, and you can see we have added a marker here. Then we can enter an address here, some dummy address here, and click submit. So the address is updated. Now we can go to the cart, and you can see we are having 2 items. So we are having 3 biryanis and 1 pizza. And we are having an option to clear the cart and also to confirm the order. So you can see that we are also showing distance and the delivery fee and also the duration. Let's click on confirm order. So the order is confirmed. And we are also having one more option in the customer app. So you can see that here in the orders tab. So here we are displaying all the previous orders that this customer has made. Okay. So that's all with the customer app. Now we can go to the admin dashboard and see the order that is made by this customer. So here in the admin dashboard, if you refresh the page, you can see we are having an order file, and it is having the address that we have entered right now. And we are having 2 biryanis and 1 pizza, and the status is open. So let's go to the home, click on the home, and we are having this order here. And we are having an option to assign the delivery to the delivery boys. So we are only having one delivery executive right now. So we can select that one here and click on the assign. Now you can go to the orders section once more, and you can see the order status has changed to assign. Now let's open the delivery executive app and see what's happening. I have opened the delivery boy app. Now we can see we are having one pending delivery. So here you can see the address of the delivery, and you are having a button to view location. So let's click on the view location, and this will open the map. and you can see the time for delivery and the route to the destination. So this is our location of the restaurant, and this is the destination that the customer has selected. So hope you remember that. And now we are having a button to start the navigation at the bottom. So let's click that. You can see the navigation has started. Okay, you can see a toast message at the bottom. That's because I haven't enabled the GPS right now. You can see that we are having a good navigation UI. So it is showing you the turn by turn navigation, and you can see this is the destination and this is the origin. You can click on recent and you can start the navigation. And now let's exit the navigation, and that's all. Now let's go back, and now we are having the option to complete the delivery and also to click the option to fail the delivery. So let's complete the delivery. Click on the button complete, and now you can see the delivery has been marked successful and there are no pending deliveries. So let's close the delivery boy app. So now if you try to refresh this orders page, you can see the status has changed to success. So this is what we are going to implement in this video. So we are not implementing the payment gateway and all. If you want to implement the payment gateway, you simply have to add a payment gateway in the confirm order section. So we are having the cart and we are having a button confirm order. You simply have to open the payment gateway part there. So we are also having complete video on how to implement Stripe and also how to implement Razorpay, etc. So you can check that on our channel. I will give the link on the description as well, and you can implement that. So this is what we are going to do in this video. So hope you will like this video. So let's get started with the implementation. First of all, we need to install SAMP and start Apache and MySQL. Then you can see that inside the SAMP directory, that is the installation folder, you can see inside the htdocs, I have created a new folder, food delivery application. And then I have opened that folder inside the IDE. You can see that. So I am using PHP Storm. You can use any other IDE like VS Code or anything. So I'll be using PHP Storm for this video. So now we have to use Laravel. So if you are not having Laravel installed, go to laravel.com and you can click on get started. Here you can scroll down and you can see the installation part. So here you can see we are installing Laravel globally on your system. So we need Composer for that. So you can search Composer on Google and you can see we are having the first result, that is the Composer. Click on that. So you simply have to go to getcomposer.org. I will give the link on the description, and then you have to click on download and simply download it from here. This is the link for downloading setup.exe, and complete the installation by clicking next. That's all. So after downloading Composer, you need to install the Laravel. So the first thing you want to do is install the SAMP, then go and download the Composer, and then come here and copy this command from here. Then we'll be running this command. I already have run this command and I'm having Laravel in my system ready. So you simply have to open the terminal anywhere, simply search cmd and copy this command and paste it. So I will show you. Here I have opened the command prompt. Now we can paste the command here. So you can see that I have pasted the command and it is running. Since I am already having this installed, it is saying nothing to update and all. So if you are doing this for the first time, it will install the Laravel on your system. Okay, now you are having Laravel on your system. So close the command prompt and you can go to the PHP Storm. Now here inside the PHP Storm, you can open the terminal. So if you are using VS Code, you can open the terminal from the menu section. You are having an option to open the terminal here. So you can simply open the terminal and then follow the commands that I'm doing here. So we have to create a new Laravel app. So for that, we can type the command Laravel new followed by the name of the application. Okay, now you can see the command is Laravel new food delivery application. Okay, now you can hit enter. And then the Laravel will create an application. So wait for it to complete. So you can see the command has run properly and the project is created properly. You can see click on the folder here and you can see a new folder, that is food delivery app. Okay, now you can see that I have run this command inside the folder, that is the folder that we have created. So you have to navigate to this particular folder and then create the app. So to change the directory, you can use the cd command. So it is cd followed by the folder name. That's all. Hope you understand that. If you don't know that, you can simply Google it and you can get that. Okay. Okay. And you can also ask that doubt on the comment. Now, after creating the project, you can minimize the terminal. You can see that we are having a basic app. So we can try running this and check if it is working. So simply type php artisan serve. So before running, you have to change the directory to food delivery app. So first of all, we have to type cd food delivery app. Okay, hit enter. So now you can see the directory is changed. Okay, then you can type php artisan server. You can see the server is running on this port number. So simply click here and it will open on the browser. Okay, hope you can see it. So this is the default page for Laravel. So we have to modify it. Okay, so go back to the Laravel project. So now we are having the app running on this port number. So you can reduce the length of the terminal. We can go to the database and create a migration. So we can minimize the terminal, I guess. Okay. Now we are going to create the tables for our project. So that comes under the migrations part. So here we are having some default tables like user table, password reset table, fail jobs, personal access token, etc. Okay, so first of all, we have to go to the users table and we can change something in order to adapt to the needs of our application. So we need name, yes, we need the email. Okay, verify that is also needed. Now we have to add a field that is type. So we'll be having three types of users, that is the admin, customers, and the delivery executives. So for that, we can add one more field, that is table, and it is the of type string. Then give it a name, type. So this means type of the user. Okay. So we have added one more column. Then we need one more column for the destination address and one for the latitude and one for longitude. So we can come here and add those. I'll not be explaining each and every step since the video is going to be very long. So I have to fast forward many things. So hope you understand the basics of Laravel. I will explain much as possible. So here we are going to create the address. One for the latitude and one for the longitude. So now we have completed the structure for the users table. Then we need another table for orders. So we'll be storing the orders. So we need one table for the orders and one for products and one for the cart. So first of all, we can create one for the products. So open a terminal. So I'm opening a terminal here. Now we have to change the directory. You can see the directory is this one. That is SAMP htdocs food delivery application. You can see we are having one more folder here. So we have to type cd food delivery app and then we can type php artisan make migrations. So this is the command php artisan make migration, then give the name of the migration file. So that is products. You can hit enter. So you can see migration created successfully. Okay. And you are also given the directory. So it is inside database and migrations. Now you can minimize this and go to the migrations and you can see one new file, this one. Okay. Now we are having the up and the down function. So go to the users table and you can simply copy this and paste this line on the down function here. We have to change the name of the table. So the name of the table is products. Now go to the users table again and you have to copy this much from here, and we can paste it on the up function. Change the name of the table, that is products. Now inside the products table, we need few fields, that is the name of the item. We need ID for all tables. So this is a permanent one. Okay. So don't change that. Then we need the name of the product. We can change this type from here. We need the name. Then we need description for the product. So change this unique from here. Give a semicolon and change this email to description. Now we need one more field, that is for the price, and one for the images. So we need only two more. So you can remove the rest. Okay. This one is for price. And the next one is for image. Okay. Now we don't need this one. So remove this. And you can keep this one. We need the updated at and created at timestamps. So if you open this by clicking Control and click on this using the mouse, you can see we are having created it and updated it. So we need them. So don't change that. So the ID and the timestamps will be permanent. Okay. For all the tables. Okay. Our products table is ready. Name, description, price, and image. Okay. And this part is also done. Now we can create another migration. So the next migration is for the cart. So open the terminal again, and we can create another migration. PHP artisan make migration cart. Okay, it is done. And inside the migration, we have to copy this much anyway. So copy this much from here. And you can go to the cart and paste it here. Okay. Now change the table name. Product to cart. So this is the table name. So if you are not understanding the basics of Laravel, then you can refer any course for complete Laravel beginners course, and then you can get started. Or you can also join our courses. You can contact me on WhatsApp or Discord anywhere. And we also provide one-on-one classes. So you can learn from there also. Okay. So let's change the table name. Okay. Now we need to give the name for the columns. So inside the cart, we have to add the ID of the item and also the user's email. Okay, so you can remove these two because we only need two columns. That is item ID, and we need user's email. So user email. Okay, we can keep the timestamps and also the ID. Okay, so that's all needed for the cart. So we'll be storing the ID of the item and the email of the user in order to identify the user. Okay. Then we need another one for the orders. So create a migration, PHP artisan make migration, and next one is for orders. Minimize it and go to the orders. You can copy this much from here and paste on the orders part. Okay, change the table name, orders, and this one to orders. Okay, inside the orders table, we need to have the delivery executive's email and also the customer's email. So first of all, we can add that delivery boy email. You can make it nullable because we will not be assigning it right away. So the admin will be assigning the delivery boy's email. Okay, delivery boy email and then the customer email. You can make it any other field names. I am simply giving it customer email in order to identify it properly. Okay, the next one we need the items. So give it items. So we'll be storing the ID of all the items here. Okay, I will show you how we are going to do that. We'll be storing the items as JSON and then we'll convert it back and all. So I will show you. Okay, then we need the destination address and the latitude, longitude, because we will be collecting the address from the user. the current address. So users can update their address. So each order will be having different address if they want to. So that's why we are also collecting the address inside the orders. Okay. And we need the address. That is the address, destination address and latitude, longitude. Then we also need status of the order. We are having few status, like one for the open. That means the order is created and it is not assigned to any delivery executive. Then the next one will be assigned. So that means the order is assigned to one delivery executive. Then the next one is success or failed, etc. So I'll walk you through what we are going to do with that. Okay, so our orders table is also complete. Okay, that's all the table that we need for now. So you can close the database part and you can move to the route section. Open the API part and here we'll be creating the API URLs. So you can remove this one and you can also remove this comment. Okay. So before moving to the routes part, we have to go to the app and models. You can see we are only having one model, that is the users table model. We have to create one for the order, cart, and one for the products. So open the terminal and let's clean the terminal. CLEAR. Okay. Okay, hope it is visible for you. Now we have to type the command to create the model. So the command is php artisan make and followed by model. Then give the name of the model. So the model name will be products. So when we create the models, you have to make sure that you are giving the exact name of the table. If you are giving the exact name, you don't have to specify the name of the table specifically inside the model. So I will show you what that means. So I am creating this model. Hit enter and you can see model created successfully inside this folder. So you can see when you click here and it is loading and you can see the new model. So open that. Let's minimize this. And here you can see we can specify the table name like $table equal to, then we can give the name of the table. So it is products. So if you're having any doubt with the name of the table, you can go to database migrations and you can see the products and we are giving the name, that is products. Okay, close it and okay, go back to the model. Okay, so by default you don't have to give this. In case you are facing any error, you can always give this. It is an extra precaution, so it will not cause any error if you are specifying the table name like this. Okay, so you can specify the table name like this, that's better. Okay, then we can create another model for the orders and one for the cart. So model cart and one for orders. Okay, so we are having 4 models here. Now you can give the table name here. Okay, so we are completed with the model part. So you can see inside the users model, we are not specifying the table name. So this will be an example for how we can use it directly with the name of the file. Okay, so if you are specifying the table name exactly as the name of that of the file, that is the model name, then we don't have to specify the table name like this. Hope you understand the basics of Laravel. I will not be explaining the basics of the Laravel here because we are going to develop a full-fledged delivery application. We'll be having a delivery boy application and also user application and admin dashboard. That is the restaurant app. Okay. So after completing this, you can go to the API part. That is the routes part. Go open the routes folder and inside that api.php. Here we have to create a route for login and registration. Okay, for that we can type route. So we have to specify the type, whether it is a post request or a get request. So for now, I am going to use any. Then give the URL. slash users slash login. Then we have to specify the controller. So we haven't created any controller. So first of all, you have to comment this line, otherwise you will not be able to create the controller. So comment that line and you can create the controller. So the command for creating the controller is php artisan make controller. So type controller. Then give the name of the controller. So we need a controller for authentication. So we can name it like Auth API. Something like this. Okay. And hit enter. We can give any name that you like. Okay. So the controller is created. Now you can see the controller inside the HTTP folder. You can see inside the app we are having HTTP. Then inside that we are having the controller. And new controller is created. You can see that here. Okay. Now inside this we have to create a function for login. So simply type function login. And we'll be receiving the request from the user. So type request $request. Okay. So these are the basics of Laravel. Hope you understand that. So you have to make sure that you are importing the request from Illuminate, HTTP and request. Okay. Now go back to the API and you can uncomment this route. And you have to call the newly created controller here. So it is API Auth API manager. And you can click here on the gray section. If you are using the PHP Storm, you can click here and type alt enter. And you can see this line is gone to here. If you are using any other IDE, I don't know the shortcuts, how it works. So you simply have to add this line on the top. That's all. You don't need this line, so you can remove that. Okay. So you can see we are simply importing the Auth API manager. And then we are calling it here. Okay, hope you understand that. Instead of having that line here, you can see we are having that entire line here. So instead of this, we are simply calling it on the top. That's all. Okay. Now after that, give a comma and then we can specify the function name. So the function name is login. That's all. Now the route for login is ready. Now I will show you how this APIs work. First of all, let's complete the function. Otherwise, this video is going to be long, so we have to go it in an ordered way. So we can open the function, that is the login function. And here we have to check if the email and password is empty or not. So for that we can use if empty of $request. So the email and the password that we will be sending, if it is a get or a post request, that doesn't matter. We will get that inside this request variable. Okay. So hope you understand the basics of Laravel. So call the email. If email is empty, we are checking, and empty of password. Okay, that's all. So I will explain it once more so that the beginners watching this video will understand. So you will get all the request variables here. So whether if it is a get request or a post request, you will get that here. Generally, we'll be passing this email and password from a form using a get or a post request. Okay. The same procedure is happening here and we are simply having that inside this request variable. That's all. You simply can call the email, the same field name. You have to use the same field name here. Okay. And you can call it like this, request followed by the name of the field. That's all. So here we are checking if the email and password is empty. If it is empty, we can return some message. Okay, now you can see if the email and password is empty, we are simply returning status failed. Now this is an associative array. So we are returning an associative array, that is status equal to false, failed, and the message is equal to all fields are required. That's all. So after that, you can start typing like dollar create a variable credentials equal to, we have to call the dollar request only, then select the email and password from the request, email, comma, and password. So now this credentials variable is only having the email and the password. Then we can pass that to the auth attempt function. So you can call that inside an if condition, call the auth auth inside the illuminate support factories. Okay, you have to make sure it is exactly inside this class. Okay, select that and you can call the attempt function, and inside that we can pass the credentials, dollar credentials. That's all. Now it will check if the email and password is matching and all those things, and it will return a value. Now if it is false, you can go to the else part. You don't need to create an else part, you can simply return false and all. So if it is true, we can come inside this if condition and we can return something like return. So we are having an array, so you can copy this from here, paste it here. Okay, now the status will be success and the message will be something like login successful, something like that. Now we can also pass the user's email, name, etc. things. So the details of that user, we can pass that. For that we have to fetch the details first. So you can actually come here and fetch the user's details. So dollar user equal to, call the user model, and where we are checking if the email of the user is matching to the email that is passed along with the request. Okay, can call the first one. I will explain that. So here we are calling the model. This is an SQL query actually. So this will execute and query and you will get the result here. Okay. So here you can see we are checking if the email is matching to this email. Since the email is unique, you can see the email is unique here. So for the user, the email is unique. Since the email is unique, we'll be only having one row. So you can call this first also. Okay, then we can check if the user is empty or not. So if it is empty, that means the authentication is false. So you can return that message there itself. So you can check that here. So don't need to execute all this. So if not user, add a dollar here. Okay. The user is false, you can return some error message. So copy it from here and the status is failed and message will be something like retry with some correct credentials or something like that. Retry with correct credentials. Okay, so that is the error message. Okay. Okay, now after that we are executing this and now we are having the details of the user here. Okay, so we can pass it along with this success message. So we'll be passing the name of the user. So name, give an arrow. Okay, hope that it is visible for you properly. I will hit an enter from here. Okay, and then we can call dollar user. Then we can call the name. So if you go to the, you can see we are having name. Okay, so you can call the name here. Now we can pass something like email of the user. Okay, dollar user, call the email. Okay, hope it is visible for you. I will hit an enter from here. Okay, so the success message will contain the status that is equal to success, then the message that is login successful, anything you want to give, then the name of the user and the email of the user. Okay, so you can see we are having address and all. So we will not be fetching the address and all on the first, because we need to enter the address after logging in. The users will be entering the address and all. So we'll not be fetching the address for now. That I will explain later on when we move forward with the video. So after this, you can return a false message. So you can copy the error message from here and paste it here. Okay. So start is equal to failed and message retry with correct credentials. That's all. So I think the login part is complete. So this is a login for the user. So it can be used for the delivery boy and also for the customer. So now we are completed with the login part. So we can test it later on. So let's go to the registration part. So we can create a function for that. We can create the route here. First of all, we can create the function. So come down and create a function for registration. So inside this function, we have to receive the request and we have to check if the email and password etc are empty. So you can copy this two line from the login and paste it here. Now we'll be receiving name and email, then the password. So we need to add one more field. Copy this, paste it, and add an and option here and change the email to name. Okay, now we are checking if name, email, and password is empty or not. Okay, if it is empty, we'll be returning a false message. Okay, and if it is not empty, we have to create a new customer. So we have to create a new user of the type customer. Okay, so for that we can dollar user equal to call the model user and we can call the create function. Okay, and we have to pass an array and inside the array we'll be passing the type of the user type and type we have to give a type like customer. So we are having three type of users. One is admin and the second one is customers and the third one is delivery. So delivery boys. Okay, and give a comma. The next one is name, then the email and the password. And you can give a semicolon at the end. Okay, now we can check if the user is empty or not. So if not user, total user, we can return some error messages. So if the registration is successful, we can show an success message. Otherwise, we'll be showing a error message. So here we are creating a new user, and if this is successful, if it is not successful, we are going to show an error message. Okay, so we can return an error message. So you can copy this error message from here and paste it here, and we can change the message to something like registration failed. Okay, then finally our success message return status will be success and the message will be registration successful. Okay, now that's all with the registration part. That is pretty simple. So the function is ready. Now we can go to the API part and create one link for registration. Change login to register and we can call the function that is registration post. Okay, that's all. You can maybe change this post from the function name because it looks much better. We'll be having only these two functions in this controller. So we are done with this part. So we have done the login and registration for both the customer and also the delivery boy. For delivery boy, we'll be only using the login function. Okay. So you can see the URL is also ready. Now we can move to the admin part. So we can add some products to the database. So you can go to the routes and go to web.php. And here we'll be adding a route for login. So we can remove this. If you want to keep it, you can return some message like hi or something. We'll be deleting this welcome view. So we can return something like hi or something. So you can actually return anything. I'm simply keeping it hi. So we'll not be using this root domain. You can later on design that. So we can create a route for the login. So remove this comment so you can view the code properly. Come here and create a route, and the route is of type get. So we need to create a controller. So we have to comment this line and create a controller. So come open the terminal. So you can see it is too much of line, so we can clear it. Clear the terminal, and you can hope you can see the terminal properly. Okay, now we can type PHP artisan make controller, and we can name the controller like auth manager. So auth manager, and hit enter. So now it is creating the controller. Let's wait for it to complete. Okay, after that you can go to the controller section here, and you can see auth manager. Now open that, and we have to create a function for login. So let's create a function function login, and in this function we'll not be accepting any request, so we'll be simply returning a view. So return view, and the name of the view will be login. So we have to create this login view. So for that you can scroll down to the resources section, this folder. Okay, and open that folder, and inside that you can see views, and we are only having one view, that is welcome.play.php. So you can remove that view because we'll not be using this. Delete that. So we have deleted that, and now we can create a new view, and we can name it login.blade.php. And inside that we can add some UI part. So for that we have to first of all create a layout file. So layout.play.php, and we'll be using Bootstrap. So go to getbootstrap.com. So you can see now we are inside the Bootstrap website. Go to the documentation part. On the top you can see docs. Okay, and here scroll down, and we have to copy this and copy that, and we can paste it on the layout.play.php. And here we can remove the integrity and all those. Okay, now here we can remove this h1 tag, and you can see a title option is here. So we can change it to yield. So at yield, give name, that is title. So we'll be buying this title from the other pages that will be extending this layout file. So we can actually give a header and a footer. So for that we have to create a folder named include, and inside that we can create a file header.play.php, and one more file, that is footer.play.php. Now we can add a header navigation bar. So go to Bootstrap, and here we can scroll down on the sidebar. You can see nav bar, option for nav bar, this one. Click that, and we can select one nav bar that you like. So I'm going to select one. Okay, let's select this one. Okay, anyone, you can select anyone. Okay, and you can paste it here. Now we can change some things like can see the title. So let's change the title to something like the app name. So you can get the app name from config, and inside that pass the app dot name. So this will get the name from the configure folder. This is config folder, and inside that we are calling app.php. Inside this we are calling the name, this one. Okay, so here you can see this one is pointing to env, that is .env file, and the key name is app name, and there's a default value, that is Laravel. You can change this also. Okay, so go to the .env file, this one, and you can see app name, and it is having Laravel. You can change the name here. Okay, something like this. So if you are having any space, so you can give a quote like this. So warp it inside a double quote like this. Okay, So if you're having any space between the name, you can do it like this. Okay. Okay, now we can close the .env. We'll be coming back to the env file later on. So right now you can close it. Close this app.php also. Okay, now we are done with the header part for now. So you can close that and you can include that file on the layout.play.php. So for that, at include, you can call the file that is include. It is the folder name that is include dot, then call the file name that is header. So we are also having one more thing that is the footer, and that's all. So we'll be adding the footer later on. For now, we can give something like at 2023. Okay, that's all. So we are giving a year here simply. So we'll be doing this later on, or we can do it right now. So open a footer and maybe give some value. So right now we can keep it simple. So the video will be as short as possible. Okay. And we can also give some class for the footer, that is something like bg, something dark maybe, and give a padding of 3 maybe, and that's it. I think it will look okay. And now we can add content in between. So at yield, we have to buy the content, and that's all. So the layout part is complete. So we are having bootstrap included. You can see the css part and the javascript part, and we are having header, footer, and also the content in between. So we are also buying the title also. Now go to login.blade.php, and inside this type at extends, and you can call the layout file. So layout, that's all. Now you can, after this, you can start a session at section. Now you can pass the title. So title, give a comma, and then pass the title of that page. So we can pass something like login, since this is a login page. So it is admin part login. So this is the login for admins only. And now we can start the section for content. So at section content, and we can end the section like at end section. And inside that we can give any HTML and the content, all those things. Okay. So open something like main tag. So now here we have to design a login form. So I'll not be showing how we are going to design the login form. Since the video is going to be too long, I'm going to skip the typing part of all the login form part. So I will type the code and then explain it. Okay. So here you can see how I've pasted the code. I'll give the code if you want on the description, so you can check that out. So you can simply copy the code and paste it. Okay. Now I have pasted the code. You can see we are having a container. We are having a class margin top and bottom, and then we are having a row, and inside that we are having a column, and it is column 4. Then you can see we are having a card. Okay. So inside the card we are having a heading, login, and then the card body is having. So this is the portion where we are showing the errors. Okay. So if any errors are present, we are going to loop through the errors and display all the errors here inside an alert. Okay. So that is this much. Then after that, we are checking if the session success is present or not. And if it is there, we are going to show that message. Okay. And the next one is for session error. Okay. And we will be showing that error message. That's all. Okay. Hope you understand that much. Then we are having the form. So the form is having a method post and action is equal to login. So this is the route for the login. So I haven't created the login post part yet. So we'll be creating that. So this is the name of the route. So for now we can remove this much because we haven't created this. So action is empty. And then you can see we are having an email option. We have to enter the email. We are showing the error message if the email is wrong or not. That is this part. Then we are having password and the error. And This checkbox, we can remove that for now. Okay. Now we are having the button, that is submit. Now that's all with the login UI part. I'll give the link for this on the description so you can download it and check. Okay, so that's all with the login part. So this is the login UI. So we are simply having a login UI. So if I keep on showing the UI creation, the video will be too long and it will keep on going something like 20 hours and all. So that's why I'm not showing the coding part of this UI. So hope you understand. We are simply having a login form. Okay. This is the main part. We are simply having a login form and the method is post, and we'll be adding the action later on. Then you can see this is the Laravel part. This will create a token and it will verify if the request is coming from the same website itself. So that's what this one does. Okay, then we are having a email option. So we can enter the email, input tag for the email. Then we are having one input tag for password as well. And that's all. That's the main part. Other than that, everything is for errors and all. So those things are for showing error messages and all. So the main thing is have an form with the method post, one input tag for email and one input tag for password, then a button of type submit. That's all. So that's all the main part. Then we can create the action part and all. So go to the routes and web.php. Here we have to create the route. So you remember we have commented this route, so we can pass the function right now. So call the controller. So controller was auth manager, I think. Okay, and we can call the function. So the function name is login, and you can see this is in gray. Click here and type alt enter. So this is the shortcut inside the VS Code. So if you are using any other ID, you simply have to type this here. Okay, type this much here. Okay, so that's all. Or you can simply leave it like this. Okay, you can simply leave it like this. Okay, so I'm using PHP Storm. So PHP Storm actually provides a lot of suggestion when using PHP related stuff like Laravel, etc. So now we have to create a login post request. So this is a get request. So the first one is a get request. Now we have to create a post request. Post, and we can keep it to login itself. And then we can name it something like login.post. So this name will help us to call this route from anywhere throughout the application. So we can give a name for the first one as well. Okay, so now we are done with that. So we have to create a function. So we can name the function like a login post, and we have to create this function. So for that, go to the auth manager. So go to the controller auth manager, this one, not the auth API manager, the auth manager. And here create a function login post, and we'll be receiving a request, and then we have to manage the login part. So here we have to validate if the email and password is there or not. So for that dollar request, I'll be doing this fastly, otherwise the video will go too long. So validate, then we can pass the email and password, email password email. So we have to check if it is required. So we have to make sure that the email is required. So required, can also pass something like email. So it will check if the field is email or not, and give us some comma, and then we have to pass password, then we have to pass it required. Okay, and that's all for now. We can give a semicolon. Now this will return an error message, and it will be shown. I will show you where the error messages that is returned from this part will be shown. You can see here we are having this option. See, and all those errors will be shown here. Okay, so go back, and here now we can actually get the credentials. So we can go to the Auth API here and maybe copy this line, and you can copy this much, okay? Or you can copy this much, because I think the code is almost the same. So here we are getting the email and the password to a variable credentials. Then we are attempting to login, and then we can return false and all. So you can simply remove this array. So now if the login is successful, we can redirect the user to a new route. So we can call redirect, and then we can pass some route. Before that, we can call the intended. Then we can pass the route. So the route will be, we have to create a new route for now. So let's leave it to be dashboard. Okay, so we haven't created this route, so we have to create that. Then if you want to pass any message along with this, we can call with and then pass a key name, success, then pass the message, and that's all. Okay, now this will redirect the user to the dashboard, a route named dashboard. So we are not having any route named dashboard, so we have to create that. Then if it is false, if the login attempt is false, we can redirect the user to login page itself and pass some error message. Okay, so the route name for the login, you can see, go to the web.php and you can see the name is login. So we can call it login here, and then pass something like failed or error. So we are using error. So don't forget, we are using error, because you can see here inside the login.blade.php, you can see we are using session has success and also session has error. So we are checking if the session named success is there, or session named error is present or not. Okay, so these are the key names that we are using. So we'll be using this error throughout the project. So this code will be general for almost everywhere. We are going to show error messages and success messages. Okay, so we can come here, and I think that's done. Okay, now we have to create this route. Okay, so go to the web.php route part and come here and create a route, and route for get. Okay, then we can give it dashboard. Okay, so for the dashboard we have to show something. So for now we can simply return some message and all for now. So we'll be changing it later on. So let's return a function and return let's return hi for now. Okay, and now that's all. Now we have to give a name for this. That's the main part. Give a name, and the name is dashboard. Okay, so in order to identify, we can return dashboard itself here. Okay, so it will display simply dashboard. Okay, so now we are having this route name. Okay, so now we can create a middleware to check if the user is admin or not. So for that, we can open the terminal and artisan make middleware. So type middleware and then give the name of the middleware. So for now we can name it like role admin. Hit enter, and it is created successfully, and go to the middleware folder here inside the HTTP. You can see middlewares. Okay, so let's move it here, and you can see role admin, this one. Okay, and inside this middleware we have to check if the user is admin or not. So come here inside this function, come here. If auth, we have to check if auth is present or not, if the user is authorized or not. So for that, call the check, and we have to call and auth of user, auth of user. So you can see we are missing one bracket here. Okay, and check the type of the user. So type equal to if the user type is equal to admin. So check if it is admin. Okay, now if the user type is equal to admin, then we can return this, return $next of request. Okay, otherwise we can show some error message. So here you can see we are having one extra bracket, so remove that. Okay, now if it is false, we can abort the function, so can call else. You don't have to add else, so you can simply call abort. Okay, so that's all. So now we are checking if the user type is admin or not here, and that's all. Come here, and after this route we can create a route group. Hope you can see the code properly. So I have added the middleware here, and I have added a prefix admin, so it will have always have /admin before the remaining part that we are doing like this. Okay, so if here I will show you how that works so you can understand that. So now you can see I have added a use for HTTP middleware and role admin, that is the middleware, and we are using the middleware here. Okay, now inside this group create a function. Now inside this route group, we'll be adding all the routes that needs authentication, and the user type should be admin. So this dashboard should only be accessed if the user is logged in and the type is equal to admin. So we can add that here. Okay. And hope you understand that. Now this URL will be like the domain name slash admin slash and dashboard. Okay. So it will like domain name slash admin slash dashboard. Okay. Hope you understand that. So now we can work on with the dashboard part also. So the inside dashboard will be showing something like recent orders or orders that is not fulfilled. So for that we can create a controller. So create a controller and let's name it order manager. And we can open the controller order manager. Now we have to create a function, maybe something like new orders, function new orders. Then we can open the function, and inside this we have to fetch all the orders. So orders equal to, call the model, that is orders, where status, so we are having one R extra here. Okay, status is open, so the status will be open, and we can call get. Now this will return all the orders where the status is open, that is it is not assigned to any delivery executive or anything. Simply the order is just made by the customer. So we are fetching all those orders here, and we are getting that inside the dollar orders. Then we can get the delivery boys. So for that dollar, and here we can get the user model where type is delivery. So the type for delivery boys is type delivery. Okay, and we can call the get. And now we are having all the delivery boys here, and we are having all the open orders here. We can return that to the dashboard. So return view. So the view name is dashboard. We have to create the view. We haven't created the view yet, and we can pass all these values to the view. So for that we can call compact, and then pass the orders, give a comma, and pass the delivery boys, and we can give a semicolon, and that's all. So now we have to create a view. So come here inside the views, and we can create a new file, dashboard.play.php. And inside this we can do everything that we did on the login page. So I think this much is necessary. Copy this two line and we can paste it here at end section, and that's all. Okay, so after that we can we are returning all the orders and the delivery boys here. Okay, so now we have to design the dashboard. Okay, so for that we can start the main. So inside the dashboard, we'll be showing the latest orders and the delivery boy's email. And we can assign that order to specific delivery boy. So for that, we need products. So first of all, we have to create add product option. So let's go to the web.php route, and we have to add an option to add the products. So we have to create a controller for that. Make controller. Hope you can see what I'm doing. It's at the bottom. Okay, so we have created the controller. Let's minimize the terminal and go to the controller. And there it is. Okay, now we have to create a function for actually fetching the products. So we can create a function something like list products. So function list products. And inside this function, we'll be simply getting all the products and we'll be displaying it. That's all. So we need to create a function. So let's create a function get product. So now this function will be used on the API and also on the web part. So that's why I created this one. So we can return product, call the product model and call get. So now we are returning all the products. That's all. So this will be an SQL query like select star from products table. Okay, that's all. So we are returning all the data from this function. So we can call this function here. $product to call the get products function. Okay, you can see we are calling the function from this same class. That's why we are adding this. Okay, hope you understand that. These are basics of PHP. So you need to understand basics of PHP. Otherwise, you'll be having some trouble. So if you're having any doubt, you can leave a comment and I'll definitely respond to all your comments. Okay. Now we can return the view and we can pass the products. So return view and we have to create the view. So let's go to the view and you can see view here. Where is it? Okay, resources. Yeah. So here we have to create a new file. products.blade.php, and we can later on do the creation part of that. So now come here and call the products and we can pass the products. So for that compact, and that's all. Now all the values inside this variable will be accessible inside this products.play.php. So that's all. So we can now do the products.blade.php part. So now you can see I have added the code for the products.blade.php. I'll give the link for this view part. I will give all these view files inside the description. So you can simply download it and you can use that. Okay. So in order to reduce the time, I have simply copy pasted all the code. Okay. So now here you can see we are having the error handling section this much. Hope you understand that from the login part. This is the same code. And then we are having a form. Okay, so this is the form. Everything else is designing part. So it comes under Bootstrap. So we have done a very basic designing. That's all. So we are having a form and we are having add products. So this is for adding new products. So it contains things like name of the item, description of the item, price, and the image URL. So if you open the migrations, you can go to the database and migrations for the product. You can see this one. Okay, you can see inside the products table we are having name, description, price, and image. So we are actually accepting all those details inside this form. So you need to add this at CSRF. Since we are using Laravel, you have to add this. And then this route, we haven't made this route. We'll later on make that. Okay. So after that form, we are having a list of all the products. So we are simply displaying all the products that we have added. So this is it. So you can see we are actually passing this products here. You can see we are passing all the products variable onto the view part, and you can see we are using that variable here, and we are using a for each to loop through the product, and we are displaying that. That's all. So you can see we are displaying name, price, description, and also the image. So you can see it is inside an image tag. So we are also having a delete option also. Okay, so we'll do that later on. So let's keep it there, and we can actually add the product.add route. Okay, so now we can go to the route and web.php. Come here, create a route get, and we can pass products. The URL will be products. Then we can call the controller. The controller will be product manager. Okay, we can type alt enter, and you can see I have added the product manager on the top here. Okay, and then we can call the function name, and the function name is list products. Okay, now we can give a name for this. So give a name, and the name is product. Okay, and give a semicolon. That's all. So hope you can see the code properly. So here we are having a route inside the route group. So hope you understand what the route group does. So it makes sure that the user is logged in, and it will also make sure that the user type is admin. That's all. Now inside the route group, we are having a route get, and we are displaying all the products. That's all. And that's all. So we are returning a view. You can check this function. Inside this function, we are returning a view, and inside the view we are passing this list of products also. And inside the product view part, that is product.play.php, you can see we are having a form that is to insert new items, and we are also having list of all the products. So we need to create this product.add. Now this part is done. Now we have to add the option to add new products. Okay, so for that we have to create a new route, and we have to make it post. You can keep the product URL to product itself, because this is a get request and this is a post request. Okay, so you can have get and post request to the same URL. Okay, hope you understand that. These are basis of development. You have to understand that. So hope you understand that part. Now we have to call a new function, maybe add products, and we can give a new name, product.add. That's all. Now we have to create this function. So go to the product manager and come here, function, and we'll be receiving a request. So request, $request. If you are not understanding anything, you can leave a comment below. I'm trying to make the video as short as possible, so I'm going a little fast. So hope you understand. So here we have to create a new product. For that, we can create a variable product equal to new product. So we are creating a new product. So this is the model. Okay, model products. So if you go to the top, you can see it automatically added the use app slash model slash products here. Okay, so this is done by PHP Storm. So if you are using any other IDE, if you are facing any issues, you can simply add the line here. Okay, or you can install any extensions for Laravel. Okay, and now we have to add the product details. So it will be like $product, and we have to give the name of the product, name equal to, and we'll be receiving the name inside this request variable. Okay, so $request of name. So if you don't understand how this name comes from, you can go to the products.play.php, and inside the form you can see we are having an option to enter name, and we are having the name, that is the name option inside this input tag as name. Okay, we are having a name for the name of the item, and we are having a name description and name price, name image, and that's all. So we are having image, price, description, and name. So you can actually access all those things like a request of name, request of description, request of price, request of image, etc. Okay, inside this route, and this route is actually calling this function. Hope you understand the connection. Okay, and we can add the remaining part. Okay, I think it's 4 things. Okay, we can copy the name from here and paste it here. So here we have to make sure this name is the name inside the database. So since I'm using the same name inside the form and also inside the database, I can give the name like this. Okay. So if you go to the database, that is the migrations, I'll show you inside the products. You can see we are having the name, that is the description. So we are using the same name inside the form and also inside the database. So if you are having any different name inside the form and different name inside the database, you have to make sure the name inside this part, that is the product, new products, this one is the name from the database, this much from the database, and this much from the form. Okay, hope you understand that. If you're having it out, leave a comment. Okay. And the next one is price. And the next one will be image. Now we have to save all these details. So if $product, call the save function. Now this operation is, if this operation is successful, we can return a message success and return the users to list products. Okay. So for that, first of all, return redirect, and we can call route, and you can give the name of the route. So if you go to web.php, you can see we are having a name product here. You can see that here. Okay. And it displays all the list of the products. Okay. So that's the previous page. So we can call product. So in order to call the route like this, we are giving the name for the routes. Hope you understand that. Okay. And then we can pass some messages also. So with, since it is a success message, we can pass the key like success and message something like product added successfully. And that's all. Give a semicolon. So hope you can see the code properly. I will hit a enter from here. Okay. Now we can return if the execution is false. For that, we can return a error message. So copy this much from here and paste it here. Okay. You don't need to add an else part, because if it is true, we are going to return this. And otherwise, anyway, this statement will be returned. Since it is a return statement, we can do it like this. Okay. Hope you understand that. And with error and product failed to add product. Okay. Now the add product option is also completed. So the next one, we can go to the products.blade.php, and you can see the one that is missing is delete option. So we already have a delete option. So for that, we have to create a delete route. So this is the name of the delete route. So we can copy it here and come back to the web.php route and duplicate the line. And here we can give like product/delete. Okay. And then we can give a new function name. First of all, we can change the name of the route, product.delete. Okay. Then we are going to change the name of the function. So maybe we can name it like delete product. Okay. We can copy the function name from here and go to the product manager, and on the bottom, function delete products, we are going to receive a request, $request, and that's all. Inside this, we are going to delete the product. So in order to delete, we can call if products were, we have to give the ID of the product, ID. So we'll be passing the ID from the previous page. So we have to call $request of ID. Okay. Then we can call the delete function. Now this will delete the product with the ID, the specified one. Okay, this one. And if this is successful, we can return a success message, otherwise a false message. So copy this redirect option, paste it here, and the product deleted successfully. And the error message will be failed to delete product. Okay, that's all. So now we can see the delete function is completed. Now we can go to the products.play.php and we can check the passing this one, and you can see we are not passing the variable properly, so we can cut it from here. So we'll be passing it as a get request. Okay, so for that we have to give a question mark here, and then we have to pass the id equal to, then we can echo the id of the product. Okay, like this. So that's all. Now this will make a get request to this route. So let's go to the web.php route, and you can see, okay, so here we are having a get request. So we are actually using a post here, so you have to change it to get. Okay, so don't make any mistake like that. And this one is a post request, that is correct, and this one is a get request. Okay, so that part is completed. So now we can try running it and check if any errors are there or not. So in order to run the application, we have to migrate all the database that we have created. So here you can see we have created all the migrations inside the folder database migrations. Now we haven't created a database for this, and we haven't migrated all these tables. So for that we have to open the SAMP, and here you have to make sure that the Apache and MySQL is started, and then you can click on the admin button for the MySQL. Now this will open the PHP myadmin, and here we have to create a new database. So click on new, and we can create a new database here. So I am creating a database with the name food delivery app, and now you can click on create. Okay, now the database is created. You don't have to create any tables by yourself because we already have created the migrations. Now we have to run all those migrations. So go back to PHP store. So for that we have to open the .env file, and here you can see the option for database connection. So this is the one, and you can see the database name, and the database name is food delivery app. So you have to give the name of the database here, and then the username of the database. So by default, SAMP is having a username that is root and password that is empty. So I am going to use that. Okay. So here you have to change the username and password of the database, and this one is for the database name. So you have to make sure that you are giving the MySQL database connection details. Okay. Okay. So this is a localhost connection. So all the details are like this. And these are the default username and password for SAMP. Now after giving these details, you can open the terminal, and then we have to run a command php artisan migrate and hit enter. Now you can see the tables are migrated. Then we can go to the PHP myadmin, and we can try refreshing the page, and you can see we are having few tables, that is the cart, failed jobs, migrations, orders, password reset, personal access token, products, and users. So here we have created only cart and orders, then products and users. All the others like password reset is used when we are resetting the password. For now we are not going to show that in this video. And the migrations table stores all the migrations that we have done on the Laravel. So you can see right now we have done one migration and all those details. Then we are having a personal access token, and that's all. So these details, we will not be touching all these tables. We will not be touching the personal access token table and also the password reset table, and we will not be touching the failed jobs and migrations. We will only be using the cart, products, users, and orders. Okay. Okay, now you can go to the users table, and you can see we are having user type, name, email that is unique, and email verified, right? We will not be using that field. Password and address, latitude and longitude. Okay. Now we can try running the registration part. So we can actually register one user. So we can minimize the terminal, and we can go to the API part. So inside the routes, you can see api.php. So here you can see this URL, registering a user. So we can copy this, and we can open the terminal once more. We have to run the server. For that, we can open a new terminal. So we are already having a terminal open here, and we can run this application, PHP artisan serve, and hit enter. So you have to make sure that you are inside the exact folder. Okay. This is a normal terminal, and we are simply opening it inside the PHP store. That's all. So this is the directory. So you have to make sure that you are on this directory and then run this command. Okay. Okay. Now you can click on this link and it will open this. You can see a hi on the top. It is very small. So now we can navigate to something like slash user. Before that, you have to add slash API. For all the APIs, it will be having slash API. Okay. And hit enter. You can see a message status failed and message all fields are required. Okay. So this is the message. I have opened it inside a new browser and I have simply installed a Chrome extension that will prettify all the JSON format. Now you can see we are having the JSON properly. You can see it properly and status is failed and there's a message also. So this means that we have to pass all the necessary fields to the register. So we are having an any request. So we can either send a post or a get request. So now we can send a get request. So give a question mark and then you can give name equal to, then let's give a name like admin. So now we are creating an admin user. Okay. Admin, give an and symbol, then give email equal to, we can give an email, for example, like admin@gmail.com. Give an and option again, and we can pass the password also. So password equal to, let it be 123. Now you can hit enter. And now you can see we are facing an error. You can see the field type is not having a default value. So go to the code, minimize the terminal, and we can go to the user model. Open the user model, and here inside the fillables, you can see inside this user model, here we are having a variable fillables. So we have to add one more field, that is type. So add a type here. And that's all. Now that will solve the issue. Okay. Simply add a type here. Okay. Then we can try running it. Let's refresh the page. And now we are having a different error. So the field destination address doesn't have a default value. Now we are not passing the destination address and latitude and longitude also. So we can set it as nullable. So for that, come to the code. And here we can open the migration for users. This one, create user table, this one. Okay. And here we can see the destination address. And here we can add nullable. So we can add this for the latitude and longitude as well. So add it here and also here. That's all. Now we have to create a new fresh migration. So open the terminal. So let this server be running. You should not close this terminal, otherwise the server will stop. So let it be running and you can open the next terminal. So in PHP Storm, we can keep on opening new terminals like this. Okay. And inside VS Code also, you can open as many as terminals as you want. So open a new terminal and then we can type PHP artisan migrate :fresh. So now this will create a new fresh migration. That's all. It will delete all the previous migration and it will do the process again. Okay. So this is a fresh migration. That's all. Now if you go to the PHP myadmin and check the structure for the user table, this is the structure before refreshing the page. You can see. So I haven't refreshed the page. You can see the default value, this one. Okay. Hope you can see this. So the default value for destination address and latitude and longitude is none. Now when we refresh the page, you can see it changed to null. That's all. That's what happened when we add nullable to the migration. Hope you understand that. Now we can go back to the API, come to this page and let's refresh. Now you can see status is success and registration successful. So go back to PHP myadmin. You can click on browse option. Now you can see we are having one new user and having an ID, and the type of user is customer. We can change it to admin. So now the type is admin. Then we can see the name is admin and email. Then email verified is not used. You can see the password. So we forgot to add password hash. And for that, we have to change the code. So go back to the PHP store and we can open the api.php and go to the registration file that is inside the controller auth API manager. Open that. And here we can see the password. We haven't encrypted the password value. So we have to call hash. We have to make sure that the hash class comes from Illuminate support fact rates. So use this, call make, and inside that we can pass the password. That's all. Now this will encrypt the password. So we have to encrypt the password using this class and this function. Otherwise, the function, that is the auth attempt, will not work. Okay. So you have to encrypt the password. Now you can run the API once more. So go to the browser and you can see this one. So we have to run it once more. So before that, we have to delete the data that we just entered. So go to PHP myadmin. And here we have to go to the operations. And you can see here empty table. Click that and click OK. Or you simply have to delete the option. That's all. Now we can run the API once more. So come here and refresh the page. You can see the page has refreshed and the success message and the message and the status. Okay. Now go to the PHP myadmin, click on the browse once more and you can see the customer type is customer. So you have to change it to admin. Hope you understand how the type is coming. We have given a redundant value that is customer. So we have designed that API for the customers, not for admins, but we are using it to register a new user for the admin. That's all. Hope you understand that. Now we are having the password. You can see it is encrypted. And you can see that we haven't entered the destination address, latitude and longitude. You can see created it and updated it also. Okay, that's all. So now we are having an admin user. So we can open the URL, open the URL /login. So hope you can see the URL properly. I will zoom out so you can view it properly. Okay, simply give /login. So it is 127.0.0.1 colon 8000 okay /login. That's all. Now we can try logging in. So our email for the admin is admin@gmail.com. Give the password that is 123. Click on sign in. Okay, you can see we have successfully signed in and we are redirected to the dashboard. So whatever we have done so far is correct. So we have also done one part, that is the product part, add product part. So let's go to the route section. So go to the routes folder here, go to the web.php and you can see products. So we can use /products. So let's go to the browser and here we can give /admin/products. So now you can see we are having a error. So it is saying that layout.default not found. Okay, let's go to the view part. So go to the views folder and products.play.php. And on the top, you can see we are using a layout folder. So we can remove that. So we have to extend the layout file. That is this one. Okay. This happened while copy pasting the code from the previous one. So I have already created one for testing how the app looks like and all. So while copy pasting, that error occurred. Okay. So we simply have to extend this file. That's all. So extend the file and now we can refresh the page. Now we can refresh the page and you can see an option to add new item and also list of all items. Okay. So right now we are not having any item. So let's add one item. So enter the name of the item. So it's an food item. So we can enter something like biryani. So it's an Indian food. Let's give a description for that. So we can simply Google this chicken biryani and we can use this default one from the Wikipedia. Let's copy that and paste on the description. And we can give an price for the item. Let it be 220. I'm going to use rupees, not dollar. So it will be in rupees, Indian rupees. Okay. So the price is in Indian rupees. Then we have to use an image URL. So we are going to get an image URL from the Google. So let's select an image. So since we are simply doing it for education purpose, we can take an image from the internet. Okay. So let's use one image. Let it be, not getting one good one. Okay. Let's use this image. Copy the image address. You can click on this option, copy image address. Okay. Then you can give the URL here. That's all. Okay. Now click on submit. Okay, now we are having an issue, that is data too long for column description. Okay, so that means we are having the description that is too long. So for that we have to give a length for the column that is description. So let's go to PHP MyAdmin and open the products, go to structure, and you can see description, and it is having varchar of 255. That is not enough. So we can click on change here. You can come under the actions and click on change. And here we are having the length or value. So we need something bigger for the description. So let's keep it to 1000 and click on save. That's all. I think that will work. So now we can refresh the request. So click on the refresh. You can see confirm form resubmission. So click on continue. You have to resubmit the form. So click on continue. Okay, now we are having another issue, that is route products not defined. Okay, so it's saying that products is not defined. So let's go to the view part and let's check where we are having the issue. So the error is route products is not defined. That means that the name of the route is product and we have used somewhere like products. So if you add an S here, it will solve the issue. Instead of that, we have to go to the option that is the post option, this one. Open the function that is add products. So we can see that inside the controller for product, that is product manager. You can see add products, this one. Okay. And you can see a redirect option, a redirect route, and the route name is products. So change that to product. Okay. Or we can, you can either change the name here or you can change it on the name part here. Okay, so I am choosing it to change here. So I am changing it to products instead of product. Okay, hope you understand. You have to change here and here, or you can change it here. Okay, hope you understand that. Now we can refresh the page. Refresh the page, click on resubmit the form. You can see product added successfully. So this is the session success that we have set, and you can see that we are showing it as an alert. So that's this part. Okay. And you can see we are having 2 biryanis here. So what is happening? We have to check that. Let's go to here. We are having 2 biryanis. Okay. So it got uploaded 2 times. So let's delete all the values. So go to the more operations and let's clear all the table values. Okay. Now we are not having any values. Okay, let's refresh the page. So we can try to enter the data once more. So the name of the item is chicken biryani. Okay, this is the link. I'm having the link of the image here, so I'm pasting that here. You can get it from internet. Okay, simply pasting an image of the biryani, chicken biryani. This is the image of the food item. Then give the price, let it be 220, and description we can get it from internet. Copy the description and let's paste it here, and we can give the name. Now we can click on submit. Okay, now that is, we are only having one item. Okay, the issue happened when we refreshed many times, that's all. So there is no issue with the code. Okay, so now we are having the delete option also. So we can try to insert some dummy value, something like this. Insert some dummy values here and click on submit. Now we can delete this. Okay, click on delete. And delete is successful. Okay, no issues. Okay, so the delete option is also working properly. Now we have to show all this on the menu option on the navigation bar. right? So for that, we have to change these links. So let's open the code and we have to open the layout include. Okay, this is the view part. Go to the include and you can see header.play.php. Here we are having feature pricing disabled, etc. Okay, so we can give some link here for the products. So click here and we have to add a route, and the name of the route is products. So hope you understand the name. Okay, you have to give the name properly, don't make any spelling mistakes. So hope you understand how the name of the routes comes. You go to the route folder and web.php, you can see we are giving name for each route. Okay, so that's what we are going to use everywhere, okay, in order to call that route. Okay, so we are calling products and we can show some title like products, list products. Oh, because we are also adding the products here, so we can remove list products. Okay, that's all. Now let's refresh the page. Click on refresh and you can see we are having products here. If you click on this, you can see it is working, and that's all. So we also have to add an option to logout. So we can add that. So go to the route section. So go to routes web.php. And here we can add logout. So come on the top. So we can add that logout here. So we can come here and duplicate one get request. Change login to logout. Okay, we are using the same class, so don't need to change that. Create a new function that is logout. And we need to change the name also. That's all. Now we have to create this function. So copy the name and go to the controller, auth manager, and here we can create the function logout on the bottom. Okay, function logout. We don't need to receive any request and all. So we simply have to call session flush. So choose the session inside the illuminate support fact rates. You should not choose any other sessions. Okay, you have to choose the illuminate slash support slash fact rates. Choose that and call flush. That's all. Now you can see on the top, we are adding this on the top. Okay, it is done automatically by PHP Storm. If your IDE is not doing that, you have to type this. Okay, hope you understand that. Or you can simply install any supported plugins for the relative IDE. So if you're using VS Code, you will be having some plugins for that. Okay, come here. Then we can call auth logout. Logout. That's all. Then we have to redirect the user to login page. That's all. So return redirect. Then call the route. And the name of the route is logout. That's all. So this will log out the user. That's all. Now we can try adding it to the navigation bar. So go to the header.play.php, this file, open it. And here we can add logout here. Okay. Remove the class disabled. We don't need disabled. So this one changes according to the navigation bar that you have chosen from the bootstrap. Okay. So one I have chosen have something like disabled and all. So you have to change that properly. Okay. If you are having any doubt, you simply have to add a link like this one. Okay, that's all. Then we can give a title like logout. We have to add an href. Open the braces, call route, give the name of the route, that is logout. And that's all. Now this will log out the user. So let's go and try logging out. Let's refresh the page and we are having the logout here. Click on logout. So here you can see it is showing too many redirects. So I think I have made some mistake with the name of the route. So let's go to the auth manager controller, this one. And inside the logout function, we can, okay, we have made the name mistake. Okay. So we have to redirect the user to login page, not the logout page. Okay. So login. That's all. So we are trying to redirect the user to the logout page. from the logout page. So it is an endless loop. So don't do that. You have to redirect the user to login page after logout. That's all. Now we can try refreshing this page and the logout is successful. Now if you try to access the products, you can see we are having an error forbidden. That's all. Now this happens because we have added a middleware and we have created a route group. Hope you remember that. So that is what is showing this error message. Okay. Now we can log in the user once more. Okay, now we are inside the dashboard. We haven't done anything on the dashboard area. So we'll be showing all the new orders in the dashboard. So for that, you can go to the code. Here, before starting the dashboard area, we can go to the migrations and open the products. And in the description, we can give a comma and add the length that we specified on the phpMyAdmin. So we changed the length manually and we haven't edited the migrations. So if you are doing a migration after that, when you are shifting the project and all, the length won't be there. So that's why I added the length now. Okay, that's all. Now we can go to the dashboard area. So let's close all these. Okay, let's close the API. You can go to the route and web.php. Here we are having a route for the dashboard. You can see that. And we are simply returning dashboard. Instead of that, we have to return some controller and a function. So we can go to the controller area and we are having order manager. Come inside that. And you can see that we are having a function new orders. So we can simply call that on the dashboard route. Okay, you can remove this function this much. And we can create an array. So it is order manager. Okay, class. I hope this is visible for you. Let me change it. Okay, click here and type alt enter. And you can add that to the top. Okay. So this is a feature inside PHP Storm. Then we can give a comma here. And now we can call the function that is new orders. Okay. Let's try refreshing the page. Before that, we have to go to the function and we are calling the dashboard view part. So let's go to the dashboard and you can see that we haven't done anything on the dashboard. So we have to code the dashboard area. So we are going to display all the new orders. That is the orders that are not assigned to anyone. So we are already having that data here. So if you try to print this orders, we'll get all the data. So we can try printing that orders. $orders. Okay. Now we can try running it. Refresh the page and you can see we are not having any orders for now. That's why you are not getting anything and you're having simply these two brackets. Hope you can see the brackets. Okay, so we can try adding one order manually. So go to the phpMyAdmin and go to orders and click on insert. Where is it? Okay. And now we can give an email. So let's type something because we are not adding any actual value. Custom email, let it be something item. So here we will be passing the ID of the item and all. So for now we can simply type something. Okay, something. And status, we can keep it to open. So here we have to type open, otherwise the data will not be displaying. And now we can click on go. Okay, the row is added. You can see. Now we can try refreshing the page and you can see the data. Okay, hope the data is visible for you. You can see the email of the delivery boy and custom email, etc. So it is there. You can view that. Okay. So now we have to add this to a proper view. So for that, we can go to the view part and you can see that I have pasted some code. So this code will display all the data in a proper UI. So I will explain this. I'll give the link to download everything inside this views folder on the description. So you can simply download it and paste it. If you are going to type every line on the view part, it will be taking a lot of time. So that's why I have already typed the code for the view part. and I'm not showing the typing part. So I'm providing all the files inside the view on the description. So you can click the link and download it. Okay. So here you can see that I am displaying the details, item details and all, and we are not having this item details inside the orders. So for that, we have to do that on the order manager.php. So go to the controllers and you can select order manager. And here we have to fetch the details of each orders from the ID. So we are having the ID of the order here, and we'll be fetching the details of each items in the order from the products table. Okay. So for that, we have to come here and we can start a for each. For each dollar orders. So I will type the code and then I will explain. So here you can see that we are having a for each and we are getting each orders. So this is the list of all orders and we're getting each orders, and we are also getting the key, that is 1, 2, 3, etc. And here we are actually decoding the JSON. So we'll be storing the items inside the orders as a JSON. So that's why we are going to decode it. Okay. So we haven't done the order part. So that's why you'll be confused. We'll be storing the items inside the order as a JSON string. So that's why we are going to decode it when we use it. Okay. So we have decoded that and stored to a variable. Then we are going to use a for each and select each order item IDs. Okay. So here we'll be only having IDs of each items that we have ordered. Okay. So a single order can contain more than one item. So we'll be having more than one item IDs. So here we have to use a for each to access each items. Now we have to get the list of all the products. So for that you can come here and create a variable products. Products equal to, we can use the product model and simply call get. So here we'll be getting all the products from the database and we'll get that inside this variable. So now we have to use the for each and loop through the products. Then we'll be checking the IDs with the products and then we'll be assigning the values. I will show that. So let me complete the typing part and then I will explain it. Okay, now here you can see that we are looping through the products, and in this if condition, we are checking if the order items, that is the ID of each items inside one order. Okay, so this will be the ID of one item. So if you are ordering something like pizza and fried rice, so we'll be having two IDs here. So first time, let's imagine the ID of the pizza will be 2. Okay, let's comment that. Okay, so we are taking the ID of the pizza equal to 2 and ID of the fried rice equal to 1. So first product will be, let's imagine the first product is fried rice. Then we'll be having the ID of the first products here. It will be 2. So here we'll be having 1 because the ID of the first product is 1 and we'll be having 1 here. So if you are having fried rice as the first product, it will be having ID 1. We are assuming that the ID of the fried rice is 1. Okay. So first time we are having pizza and the ID is 2. So we are checking if the ID of the product 1 is equal to the ID of the first order item, that is pizza, and that is 2. So here we'll be checking if 2 is equal to 1 and it is false. Then it will come to this for each once more, and it will, the ID of the product will be changing because it is the next item, and we'll check if 2 is equal to 2, and that will be a true condition. Then we will come inside this and we will assign the item details, that is the product. We will assign all the details from the product table of that particular item to this variable. And this particular variable will be like orders of, and this one is the key, that is 1 2 3 etc. So if you are having like 3 orders, so it will be 1 2 3. So that's it. So we'll be having 0 1 2. Okay, the id starts from 0, that's why. Okay, then we are creating item details. So this is new. So we are assigning the details of the product, that is the item, the food item, to something like item details. And then we are assigning this key to. So this will be like 1 2 etc. So if we are having 2 items inside the same order, we'll be having 2 details inside this variable. Okay, so it will be like 0 and 1. Okay, so if you are having like 10 items inside the same order, there will be 10 item details. Okay, so this array will contain 10 items. That's all. So hope you understand something. So if you are having any doubt, you can reach out to me on email, or also you can leave a comment. I will definitely respond to your comments. Okay, and then we are passing all those details here. So it is assigned to the variable orders. We are not creating any new variable and all. So that's what we are passing here to the view. Okay, now we are passing that to the view, and inside the view we are having a for each to loop through the orders. You can see that. And then we are printing each item details here. So all these are bootstrap classes. We are simply adding it to have a little bit styling for the view. That's all. I'm not concentrating on the view part. I'm simply explaining the concept and the logic, etc. So I'm trying to make it as small as possible and as easy as possible. Okay, so we are looping through the item details here. So here we are looping through the order, each orders. So we are passing the orders here. Okay, and we are looping through the orders here. Then inside this for each, you can see I'm using for else. Okay, so on the bottom you can see we are having an empty option, and we are closing the for else here. So this for else enables us to add an empty option. So if there is nothing inside this orders, we'll be showing this alert message. Okay, that is no new orders found, something like that. Okay, so that's why we are using for else. Okay, you can also use for each. If you want to use for each, you can use that. And then inside this, we are having another for each. So this for each actually iterates to the order item details. So we are having multiple items inside one single order. Okay, so we are going to iterate through all the items here. So we'll be having all the details of the item as a array. So that's why we have to use the for each. Then we can print the name here. We are simply printing the name, but we are having all the details of the item here. Description, image, everything. So if you want to show the image and all, you can show that, but I am simply showing the name only. So if you want to show the image, you can simply type image here, and you can put that inside an image tag, and the image will be displayed. So that's all. So all these names come from the database. So we have created the database. So hope you understand all the basic concepts. So that's all. Then here we are showing the address. So we are having the address inside the orders. And then, so we'll be adding the address when we are making the order. So we haven't done the part of creating an order. Here we are simply showing the list of the orders. That's all. List of new orders only. Okay, so we haven't done the part where we are going to create an order. Okay, so don't get confused. We have to collect the address from the customer. So right now there will be no values, and on the bottom you can see a form. So this form is to assign the order to each delivery executives. Okay, so inside this form we are having a route. So we haven't created this order assign. This is the name of the route, and we are having a post method. We have added the CSRF, and inside this we are having an input tag order ID, and the name is order ID, and we are having the value that is order of ID, and it is a hidden. So because we don't need to change the order ID, that's why we are making it hidden. Okay, then you can see another one. that is a select option. And inside the select option, we are having a name. So the name is delivery boy email. Okay. And this enables us to choose from the select option. It will be a drop down and there will be email or name of each delivery boy. So the values email and the name that will be displayed will be the name of that delivery executive. Okay, hope you understand that. We are looping through the delivery boy details. So you can see we are passing the delivery boy details. You can see that we are passing it. Okay, so we are looping through that details here and we are having that inside this options. That's all. It's very simple. So if you're having an understanding of the basic PHP and HTML, you can actually understand this much better. Okay. So if you're having any doubt, leave a comment below. I will definitely respond. Now we can try running this. Before running this, we have to change this route because we are not having this route right now. So let's change the route. And I think everything else is okay. Now go to the dashboard. And here we can refresh the page. And you can see we are having an error. For each argument must be of type array. Okay. So this error is because if you go to the orders, you can see we are not having a JSON here. We simply entered these details, okay, in order to show a demo. So we have to change this value to a JSON data. So here you can see I have updated the item details. So you can see I have added that as an JSON string. So it contains item ID and that is 1. So if we are having multiple items, right now we are only having one product inside the product table, that is chicken biryani. Okay, you can see that. Now if you want to add more items, you can add that from the dashboard. We are having an option to enter the details. You can go to /products, I guess. And here you can actually enter the details of the item and click submit and the product will be added. Okay. So inside the orders, for now we can actually order the same item more than once. So you can copy this. Okay, let me make it bigger. Okay. So let's copy this much. And you can give a comma at the end and paste the same. Okay. So you can see right now we are having 2 items inside the same order and it is having the ID that is 1. We are having same item. Okay. 2 times. And that's all. Update the items and you can see go to the dashboard and we can type a dashboard here. Let's refresh this page. Okay, now we are having another error. So that is inside the item details has no effect. Okay. So now this is because we are actually modifying all this inside the object of the Eloquent model. So for that we can actually do something. So go to the order manager.php and come here. We can simply create something like $orders equal to JSON encode. Inside that call JSON decode, then call $orders. Okay, that's all. Now this will convert the elegant object to a normal JSON array. That's all. Now we can refresh the page and you can see another error. Okay, so this one is must be a type array or object given string. Okay, so that is because we have actually decoded it and encoded it. So you have to encode it and then decode it. Okay, so for that we can actually exchange all this function, paste it here and then JSON decode. Okay, that's all. We are encoding it to JSON and then decoding it. Okay, so no change will be done to the actual data. Hope you understand this. And then refresh the page. Okay, now it is working, right? We are having chicken biryani and chicken biryani. Since we are having only one item, that is chicken biryani, you can see inside the, let's go back, inside the dashboard, we are only having one item, but we are having an order with 2 items, that is the same item. Okay. Now we can assign it to delivery boy. Right now we are not having any delivery executives. That's why it is not showing anything. Okay. You can simply select the delivery boy and simply click on assign. That's what we are going to do. Okay. So right now we haven't implemented that. So we can go to the code and implement that. In order to assign a new order to the delivery executive, we can come here inside the order manager controller, and we can create a function assign order, and we'll be receiving a request. So create a request. So you have to choose the request from Illuminate HTTP. Okay, $request, and that's all. Then you can go to web.php inside the routes. So go to the routes and open the web.php. Here we have to add a route. So let's add a route. You can see I have duplicated this line. We have to change the get to a post request, and we can change the URI to something like order/assign. Okay, now we are having a post request to order/assign. Then we can change the controller to order manager, and we can change the function name to assign order, and we can change the name of the route to something like order.assign. Okay, now we are having a route, a post request to the route order/assign, and we are calling the controller order manager, and we are calling the function assign order. That's all, and we are having the name for the route, that is order.assign. So let's go to the function. So go to the controller and open the function, and here we have to get the orders. So $order equal to order, call the model, add a where option. Inside the where condition, we'll be checking if the ID is equal to the assigned ID. So we'll be passing the ID from the dashboard. So we have to check it. ID will be something like $request of order ID. Okay. We can call first because we'll be having only one with the same ID. So we can call first. Since the ID is a primary key, we can use that. Okay. After that, we can assign the delivery boy email. So for that, $order of delivery boy email. We can check that on the migrations. So let's go to the migration for orders. And here you can see we are having an email for the delivery boy. So this option, this is the name of the column. So let's copy that and let's give it here. Okay. Equal to, and we'll be passing the same email from the previous page. Okay. So request of, we can keep the name similar so we won't be confused. So I'm going to pass it with the same name. Okay. And if you go to the dashboard in this form, you can see in the view part, go to the dashboard.play.php here and open this file, and you can see a form. Okay. And inside this form, we are having the name for a select option. You can see the name is delivery boy email. Okay. You have to use that name. Okay. You have to use the same name in here. Okay. Here, request of delivery boy email. Okay. So hope you understand that. So we'll be passing the email of that delivery boy, and also we'll be passing the order ID here. Okay. You can see we are passing it with the name order_ID. Okay. Okay. And we can add an action also. Now we are having the route. So we can add that action back. Action route name will be order.assign. Okay. So hope you remember the name of the route. So you can go to the web.php and check it here. Okay. So the name is order.assign. Use the name here. Okay. So we are using that name and we are sending a post request. So come back to the controller, and here we are assigning the email, and then we can also set the status to assign. So $order of status equal to assigned. Now we are setting the status from open to assigned. Then we can save it. So if $order of save, if save operation is successful, we can redirect the user to the dashboard, and we can say some success message also. So return redirect We can give the route. So route name is dashboard. With key name will be success. Give a comma and then pass the success message, something like order assigned successfully. Give the semicolon, and that's all. Okay, hope you can view the code properly. Okay, and that's all. Now we can return an error message after the if condition. So we are redirecting the user to dashboard, and we can return an error. So error, fail to assign order. Assign order. Okay. Oh, this much. Okay, that's all. Now we are done with the assign order function. Now we can try running it. So before running it, we have to add a new user, that is the delivery boy. So let's go to the browser and we can go to the users table. And here we can click copy and add a new user. And the user type will be delivery. And we can give a name, something like delivery one. Can give any name, okay. And we can give an email like one@delivery.com. Okay, and the password is 123 because we are using the same password that we created earlier. Okay, so we don't have to change it. Since it is an encrypted version, you should not edit it here. Okay, and then we don't need the address and all. That's one to do. We can avoid that. Okay, and click on go. That's all. Now we have added a new user, that is the delivery boy. Now if you go to the dashboard, for that you can go to the terminal. Come here and open the terminal, and we have to run the code. So before that, cd food delivery app and then run it php artisan serve. Okay, now we are running it. Let's wait the server to start. Okay, then we can click on here. Okay, now you can see that we are inside the login page. So let's enter the details and login. Click on sign in and we are on the dashboard. Okay, now we are having the delivery boy details here. So we are having the name here. You can see delivery one. Since we are only having one delivery boy, so we are having only one option. So select that. Let's try assigning it. Click on assign and you can see it is assigned. See, that's all. So we can go to the orders, go to phpMyAdmin and click orders table. And here we can go to the status and you can see it is assigned. See, that's all. And if you go to the delivery boy email, you can see one@delivery.com. Okay. So hope you understand how the assigning works. Before we were having some other value here. So we added a dummy value here. So now you can see a valid value. That is the email address of the user. And that's all. Now we can list all the orders. So in order to list all the orders, you can go to the code. Let's minimize the terminal. And here we can create a function, list orders. And we have to select all the orders from the database. So for that $orders equal to call the order model, and we can order it by ID in descending order. So we'll get the recent order on the top. So for that we can call order by capital B and small letter y. Order by ID, give a comma and descending order. So DESC. And after that call the get. That's all. Now we are having all the orders from the orders table and it's in descending order. Okay. Now we can type $orders equal to JSON decode. Inside that call JSON encode, then pass the $orders. Now this will make it independent of the elegant model. So right now you can see it is an object of elegant model, and here you can get it as a JSON object. Okay. So after that, come here and call all the products. So $products equal to products get. That's all. And now we are having all the products. Now we have to loop through all the orders and get the ID of each item and then we have to loop through the products and assign the products to each item, etc. So we have done that already. So we have done that here. Hope you remember this. So you can simply copy it and we can paste it here. Since we are having the same variable names, you don't have to do anything else. Simply copy this much from here and you can paste it here. Okay, that's all. Now it will assign the values. So hope you remember what I said earlier when we were explaining this new orders function. So the same is happening here. Okay, and after that we can return it to a view. So we haven't created a view. So for that you can come to the view and create a view orders.play.php. Click enter and we can copy something from here and come to the top, and you can see we can copy this much. Copy this two line and we can paste it here on the orders, and we have to end this section at end section. Okay, now inside the orders I'll be copy pasting the code and I will explain it. I'll also give the link to download everything on the view part, so you can download that and simply copy paste the view part. So if you are trying to code the each and every line in the view part also, the video will be too long. So that's why I'm going to copy paste the code. So now we can see I have copy pasted all the code. You can see we are having a container on the main tag, and we are having a maximum width also, and also a margin top and bottom. And you can see these are some basic CSS part from the bootstrap. And now we are having a table here. Okay, and we are going to display the order ID and order address, order item details, and order status. And when you come to the bottom, that is the table body. Inside that we are using a for each and we are looping through the orders, and then we are displaying the order ID and order destination address. So this is from the, you can go to the table and get this column name. If you don't know the column name, you have to refer it with the table name. And here in this TD, you can see that we are having a for each and we are looping through the item details. So hope you remember that what we did on the dashboard area. So this one. So the same is happening here also. Okay. So we are looping through the item details and we are displaying the name of the item. That's all. Now the order details view part is done. So we can go to the controller and we have to call this function. So we haven't called this function. So go to the routes and web.php, and then here we have to create a route. So let's duplicate this route and we can change the post request to get request. And we can change the URI to something like order/list. And then we can change the function name, and the function name is list orders. Okay. We can change the name to something like order.list. And that's all. Now we are having a get request to the URI, that is order/list. And then you can see we are calling the controller and the function list orders. We are also having a name for the route. That's all. Now we can try running it. Before running it, we can add that to the header. So let's come here on the header part and we can add orders here. So you can see I'm calling the route order.list. This is the name of the route. So we are calling the route name here and we are showing the order here. Okay. Can make it orders. Okay. And that's all. Now we can try running it. Let's go to the admin dashboard and we can refresh the page, and you can see we are having an option orders. Let's click on that and we can see that the page is completely blank. So let's go to the code once more and let's go to the controller, that is order manager. And you can see that we haven't called the view. So that was the error. Okay, we forgot to call the view. So let's return view and then pass the view name. The view name was order. Let's check it. So let's go to the view and you can see we are having order.play.php. Okay, pass the view. Then we have to pass the variable name, that is orders. So compact, then pass the order variable, orders variable. Okay, we have to pass the orders variable. And now that's all. Now we can try refreshing the page. Refresh the page and you can see list of all items, and we are having the order ID, order address, item details, that is the item details, we are having each item's name here. So when you are having more than one item, you can see the different items name here. Okay. And here we are showing the status. Right now it is assigned. So hope you understand how to do the order listing part. So that's all. Now we can go to the code and let's open the web.php. Inside the route, you can see we are having a route login and logout. Okay. And we are having the post request for the login. And after that, we are calling the middleware and having a prefix for all the routes that comes after that. Okay. Hope you remember that and all. Then we are having a dashboard, product, and option to add a product. And then we are having option to delete the product. And we are having option to assign an order to the delivery executive. And then we are having an option to list all the orders. So that's all with the admin dashboard. So we are keeping it simple. So now we can move on to the API part and the Android part. Okay. So we can go to api.php. Here in the API part, now we can create a route for getting all the delivery details. So for that, we can add a route. For now, we can keep it to any. We can change it later on. Now here we have to create a controller. So let's create a controller first. So you have to comment this route and open the terminal, open a new terminal and move to the folder, cd food delivery app. And now we have to type php artisan make controller delivery boy manager. Okay. Now we are creating the controller. We can minimize it and go to the controllers. Okay, here it is. And inside this, we can create a function like get delivery. Now we can go back to the api.php and remove the command. And here we can call the new controller. And okay, come here and we can type alt enter. And you can see we have changed it to the top. Okay. And give a comma here and call the function get delivery. So that's all. Now we also need to create a function to mark the status of the delivery to success and want to mark it to failed. So let's create a route. So user delivery / success. And we can change the function name to something like mark status success. And the next one, user / delivery / failed. And let's mark status failed. Okay. Change the function name. Okay, that's all. Now we are having 3 functions to create inside the controller, that is delivery boy manager. Okay. So let's copy this function name and go to the, okay, we are having this function name. So let's copy this one and go to here and create a function. And we have to create another one, that is mark status failed. Go to the delivery boy manager and create a function. Now in the get delivery, we have to receive a request. So request $request. And inside this, we can receive all the delivery details. So $delivery equal to orders, use the order model. And we have to give a where condition, that is delivery boy email equal to the given email. So we are passing the email of the delivery boy here in the request. So we can check like where, then the column name, delivery boy email, give a comma, and then call $request of email. Then we have to give another where condition. So where, now this is to check the status. So we have to check if the status is assigned. Okay. Then we can call the order by. So in order to get it on an order, that is the recent one should come on the top. So for that, we can call order by. Okay. Now we are ordering it by ID in a descending order. Then we can call the get. That's all. Now we will get all the order details in this variable where the email of the delivery boy email equal to the email that we are passing from the Android. So this email will be passing from the Android app. Okay. And then we are checking if the status is equal to assigned. Then we will get it on an order, that is descending order. And then we will get all the details. That's all. So now we are having all the details on this variable. Then we can return that details. Okay. Return $delivery. That's all. So this function is completed. So first of all, we'll be completing this API part fully. Then we will be moving on to the Android part. Okay. So let's complete the API part. Now on the mark status success, we have to create another function to mark the status. So let's create a function mark status, and we have to receive the request and also status. And inside that, we have to fetch the details of a specific order. So $order equal to orders where ID, give a comma, and then you can pass the request of order ID. Then you can call first. Since the ID is a primary key, you can use this first because we are only having one row. So you don't have to worry about anything, and you can call this first. Okay. So if you're having multiple rows and then you are calling the first option will be, the first row will be selected. Okay. So if you are only having one row, you can call this first. Otherwise, if you call this first in multiple rows, if you're having multiple rows, if you call this first, you'll get the first row only. Okay. So you have to keep that in mind. And after that, you can set the status. So $order of status, you can assign the status that we are passing. Okay. That's all. Then we can save it. So now here you can see we are saving the order status and we are returning success. If it is success, we are returning success. If it is failed, we are returning failed. So we'll be checking if the response that we get on Android will be equal to success or is equal to failed. Hope you understand that. So here we are fetching the order and then we are setting the status and we are saving it. Okay. Okay. And then you can come to this function and here we can return and call the function mark status, then pass the request. So you have to receive a request here. Okay. So add a request, $request, and you can pass that request here to the mark status and then also pass the status. So status is equal to success. Okay. Now this function will mark the status as success. That means the delivery is successfully done. Then you can copy this line and paste it here and change the success to failed. Okay, you have to receive a request here, so add a request here, and that's all. Now we are having the function to mark success and failed. So our delivery boy controller and API part is done. So we are only having 3 APIs for the delivery boy. And after that, you can come here. We have to create another route for product list. So we can duplicate this line and hit enter here. And we can change the URI to something like product/list. Now here we can change the controller to the product manager. We can change it to the top. You can see that we are adding it on the top. Okay. And then we are using it here. Hope you understand this. And now we have to create a function get product. So we already have that function, I guess. So let's go to the controller and you can see we are having this function get products. So we have to call that here. Okay. On the api.php. So we are doing this inside api.php. Inside the routes, you can see api.php. Okay. So let's call get product. And that's all. Now this will return all the products and we'll be displaying all the details on the Android view. Now after this, we have to create API for the cart. So we'll be adding the item to the cart and we'll be removing it. So we can duplicate this route and we can change the URI to something like user/cart/add. We can change the controller to order manager. If you want, you can create a new controller. So I'm sticking to the same controller. Okay, so you can see that we are adding the controller on the top. Okay, we are adding the use slash app slash http slash controllers slash order manager on the top. Okay, so whenever I type alt enter and add that to the top, if you are having any other ID than PHP Storm, you have to type that here. Okay, that's all. Now we have to create a function to add to the cart. So let's create add cart function. Okay, we have to create that. We'll create that later on. First of all, we can create all the routes necessary. So let's duplicate the line and we need to remove the item from cart. So let's call remove slash remove. And you can see the type of the request is any. That means we can send either a get request or a post request or any put or delete, etc. There are many other requests, but we'll be only using get and post. Okay. And we can change the function to remove from cart. And let's duplicate the line once more. And this one is to list all the items inside the cart. So cart slash list. Let's name the function something like get cart. Duplicate the line, and now we have to confirm all the items in the cart. So we'll be making the final purchase here. And we can also add an option to clear all the items in the cart together. So we'll be having a button to clear all the items in the cart in one click. Okay. And we can change the function name to something like confirm cart. And this one to clear cart. And then we can add one more route for the orders. That is the list of all orders. So we can use like orders. So this one is for the customers to see all the previous orders. Okay. So we can change cart to orders slash list. Okay. So we'll be listing all the previous orders and we can call get order. Okay. That's all. So we are having all the necessary route. Now we can go to the controller and start creating all the functions. So we can start from add to cart function. So copy the function name and go to the controller, and it is order manager. Here you can come to the bottom and create the function. We have to receive the request, and inside this we have to add a new item to the cart. So for that, $cart equal to new cart. So use the cart model. Okay, this is the model name, that is the cart. You can see that here. Okay, in the models folder. So we are creating a new cart and we can assign our values to the cart. So $cart of item ID. So if you're having any doubt with the column names, you can go to the migrations, and here we can see that we are using the name, item ID and user email. So you can use that. Okay. So go back to the controller and item ID equal to $request of item ID. So we'll be passing the item ID from the Android part. Okay. If you want to change this name here, you can simply change that on the Android, and you have to change it here also. Okay. And this one is the name in the database. So you have to understand that. And after that, we can assign the user email, $cart of user email equal to $request of user email itself. Okay. I'm using the similar names. That's all. You can change this name if you want to. Okay. And then we can save it. If $cart of save. Inside this, we can return success. If the save function is successful, we can return success. So return success. Then we can return failed if it is failed. And that's all with the add to cart function. Now we can move to the remove from cart. So for removing from cart, we'll be selecting the item from the database. So for that, let's create the function first of all. Function, and let's check the function name. It is remove from cart, I guess. So go to the API and you can copy the function name and we can paste it here. We'll be receiving a request, and then here we can call $cart equal to cart where we'll be using the ID, that is the item ID, and we'll be checking the user email also. Then we'll be deleting the item ID, give a comma, and the request of item ID. Next, where condition. Here we'll be checking the user email. After that, you can call the first. So now you will get one row, and it will be with the ID, that is the given ID from the Android. We will be passing the ID, item ID from the Android, and we are checking it, and also the user email also. So we are checking the user email and also the item ID. And if there is some row with the same details, that is the item ID and the user email, if these both matches, then we'll get the row here. And then we can check if it is equal to null or not. If it is equal to null, we can return something like false. So if it is null, we are returning failed. And if it is not null, we can delete the item. So if $cart of delete. If the delete operation is successful, we can return successful. Otherwise, we can return failed. Okay, that's all. The remove from cart function is done. Now we can move on to the next function, that is get cart. So we can check here, and we are having get cart option. So in order to do that, you can copy the function name from here and go to the order manager. Come here and create the function get cart, and we'll be receiving a request. Inside this function, we can create a variable $item ID equal to an array. Now we are having an item ID, that is an array. Then we have to create an SQL query. So $count items equal to, we'll be using the DB class, and we can use the select. Inside that, we can specify the query. So select item ID and count item ID. Okay. And we are setting a name for the count item ID, something like num item. That means number of items. So we are counting the item ID. Okay. And then we can specify the table name from cart. Okay. In order to see the query, I will hit an enter from here. Okay. And from cart, we have to use the where condition. Where check the user email is equal to the request of user email. And you can see how I have added the user email. So you have to add it like this. Okay. You have to add the user email like this from the request. So we are adding the SQL query. And after this single quote, we can group by item ID. So use the group by item ID. I'll hit an enter from here. So hope you can see the query properly. So that's all. Now we are having an SQL query, that is select item ID and count item ID, and we are giving a name for the count item ID from cart, where user email is equal to the given user email. So we'll be passing the user email from Android part. Okay. And we are grouping it by item ID. Okay. So now we'll be getting the count of each item. And that's it. Okay. Then we can use a for each and iterate to the each item. Now we'll be assigning the item ID to the newly created array. So you can see we have created an array on the top. So $item ID of, use the key $key. Inside the key there will be 1 2 3 etc. 0 1 2 3 etc. equal to $item of item ID. That's all. And after this for each, we have to select the users where email is equal to the given email. So now we are having the user details and you are fetching it with the user email. So it is unique. The email is unique. So you can use first. Okay. Because you will be having only one row. Okay. And then we can select all the product details. So we'll be using where in. Now we are having all the product details here and we are checking if the ID is inside this array. Okay. If it is inside this array, we'll be getting the details to this variable. Okay. So we can change it to products. Okay. There will be multiple products here. Okay. And then we can start a for each for the count item and also one for the products. So for each, we can give count item and inside this, we can create another for each. For each, give dollar products as dollar product. And for this, we can give a key because we'll be using this key. Okay. And come inside this and we can check if the item ID is equal to the item ID, that is the product ID. Okay. So if item ID from the cart, so dollar item of item ID equal to, we are checking if it is equal to the product ID, dollar product ID. Okay. So we are checking if it is equal to the product ID. And if it is equal, then we can assign the value, that is dollar products of key. So here we will be using the key and we can assign it to num items equal to dollar item of num item. Okay. So here we can check the code once more. Okay. You can see that it is not used. Okay. So we are using it as items. Okay. We can change this name. So change it to item. Okay. Okay. Now it is correct. Okay. So I made a mistake here. So we have to change it. And then that's all. Then come outside this for each. Now we have to return the details as an array. So we have to create an array for a data. So dollar data to array. And then we can push the array details. So we have to push the details to the array. So call array push. We can give the array name, that is dollar data. Give a comma and then we can create an array. Array. It is an associative array. So we can pass the cart details. So cart. We can decode the JSON and pass it. So JSON decode and then pass the dollar products. Okay, then after that give a comma. Now we have to pass the duration and distance. So we'll be calculating the duration and distance. So in order to calculate the duration and distance, we have to create a function. So come outside this. You can leave it like this here. Okay. And come outside this. You can create a function. Function calculate estimated time. And inside this, we'll be calculating the delivery distance and also the estimated time to travel the distance. Okay. So in order to do this, we'll be using an API from NextBillion. You can open the website nextbillion.ai and you can go to the developers option. Click on the developers and you will open this website docs.nextbillion.ai and you can click on distance metrics. Okay, so this will enable you to calculate the distance and the time for traveling the distance. So we can come to the bottom, scroll down and you can see this example. So you can see we are getting an API and we can pass the origin and the destination. So we can pass multiple origin and multiple destinations, but we'll be only using one origin and one destination for now. And you can see this mode. So if you go to the top, you can see here mode. So the mode means you can change it to car, bike, etc. By default, it is 4W. That means four-wheelers. So you can read that here. Okay. 4W means four-wheelers. Okay. And that's all. You can read this documentation and understand more. If you want to create an account, you simply have to click on schedule a demo and you can contact them. Simply fill this form and they will reach out to you. So simply come here to this website and you can click on schedule a demo, or simply contact them. You can click here on the chat button and start the conversation. Simply reach out to them and give your email address and they will reach out to you and you can create the account. So they will give you the API key and all. Okay. So that's all. Now we can scroll down and use this API key. Copy this and we have to paste it here. So create a variable and we can paste it here. So here you can see insert your API key. So we have to insert the API key. So in order to get the API key, you have to create an account. So you can contact them and you will get the API key. Okay. So remove this and I will be adding the API key that I have received. So add the API key here and we can give a semicolon here. Then after that, you can move to the top here. On the start, you can see origins. So for now, we'll be having only one origin. So we can remove this two origins. So you can see that we are having an OR symbol here. Okay. And we are having another origin and next one. Okay. So we only be using one origin. So remove all the other details. Okay. Now we are only having one origin details. So this is the latitude and longitude values. Okay. And on the destination also, we can remove the other two. Okay, now you can see we are only having one origin and one destination. So this is the latitude and longitude. Okay, hope you understand that. So now we will be passing that. So before that, we have to add the API key. So I have added the API key. So after adding the API key, you can come here below this. And here we have to get the response. So we have to make an HTTP request to this URL. So let's create a variable $response equal to, so we can use HTTP. So you can see illuminate / support / rates. So use the HTTP class inside this and colon, and you can call get. So you can see that we haven't imported the class. So click here, type alt enter and click import class. So this is an option inside PHP Storm. So if you are using some other IDE like VS Code, you can scroll to the top and you can add this line. Okay. So you can either manually add this or you can use any extension that supports this. Okay. So add this line on the top. And after that, you can call the get. Inside that, we can pass the URL. So that is $API URL. So now we'll be having the response on this variable. So we have to decode the JSON response. So we'll be getting it as a JSON response. So we can call JSON decode. So now we have to change the origin and the destination details. So we have to give the origin details manually. So I'll be giving a latitude and longitude for the origin. If you don't know how to get the latitude and longitude of your location, you can simply search get latitude and longitude and choose any website from here. And in this website, we can type the place here. So let's type the place and click find. And this is the latitude and longitude. So let's add that. So here you can see that I have added the origin, latitude and longitude. So now we can add that details to the API. So come here and here we have to pass the latitude. So change it and we can type $origin latitude. Origin lat, and the next one this much. So change it to $origin LON. And that's it. Now we have given the origin, latitude and longitude. So after giving the origin details, then we have to give the destination details. So in order to get the destination details, we have to pass the user details here. So let's receive a user here. And when we are calling, we'll be passing the user. For that, we are fetching the user details here. So if you remember, if you go to the migrations for user, you can see that we are having destination address and destination latitude and destination longitude. So we are using this latitude and longitude in order to pass the details to this function. Okay. So we can use this user and we can get the destination latitude. So let's go to the migration once more and let's copy this. Okay, come back and we can paste it here. Okay, so $user of destination latitude, and the next one is $user of destination longitude, and that's all. Now we have given the destination latitude and longitude and also the origin latitude and longitude. So this is the latitude and longitude for the shop. Okay, this is our restaurant, and this one is the destination, that is our home or the user's home, etc. Okay, this is the restaurant and this is the location, that is the delivery location. Hope you understand that. So here we are passing the origin. Origin is equal to the location of the restaurant and destination is the location of the customer. Okay, after that we have to get the distance and the duration value. So let's go to the next billion API documentation. And here, if you scroll down, you can see a sample API response. So you can see we are having a status, okay, if it is equal to okay. Then you can see it is having rows. So it is having more than one rows, okay. And inside that we are having elements, okay. And inside the elements, we are having duration and destination. So in our case, we are only having one row. So it will be response of row of 0. And then inside this, we'll be only having one element also. So that will be a response of row of 0 of element of 0. Then we can access the duration. So you can see it is having a duration and it is only having one value. Okay. So duration of value. So hope you understand how it goes. So here you can see that I'm assigning the value to a array. So you can see distance equal to response of row of 0 and elements of 0. And inside that we are accessing the distance of value. So just like I explained earlier, so we can access the details because we are only having one row and one element also. So that's why you're using row of 0 and element of 0. If you're having more than one row and elements, you can use a for loop and iterate to the data and access them. Okay. Now we have to return the variable. So return $dist underscore dur. Okay, that's all. Now we have completed the function calculate estimated time. Now we can call it somewhere here after receiving the user details. You can call $dis, that is distance, and dur equal to, you can call calculate estimated time, and then we can pass $user. So hope you understand what I have done. So we are calling this function and we are passing the user details that we have fetched here. Okay. Then this function will return the distance and the duration. Hope you understand that. Now we can pass that details here in this array push. Okay. So here we can create a duration option. So now we have added all the data to the array $data. Now we can return $data. So return $data. So that's all with this function. So in this function, we are returning all the details for the cart. So we'll be returning the cart items, that is the items that the user have added to the cart. And also we'll be calculating the estimated time for the delivery and we'll be showing that also. Okay. After this function, we can move to the next function. So go to the route api.php and we have to create confirm cart and clear cart. So let's copy the function name and then you can go to the order manager. And here we can come below this get cart function and create a function confirm cart, and you have to receive the request $request, and inside this function will be confirming the cart. So we have to get all the details from the cart first. So now we are selecting the item ID from the cart where the user email is equal to the given email. So we'll be passing this user email from the Android. Okay. Then we can check if the cart of first is empty or not. So empty of $cart of first. So this will select the first row. If the first row is empty, we can return false. And after that, we can create a user. So $user equal to user where email is equal to the given email. And after that, we have to create a new order. So $order equal to new order. So we are going to insert all the data from the cart into the order. So for that, $order of customer email. So if you are having any doubt with the column names, you can go to the migration. So here in the order, you can see that we are having customer email, items, and destination address, latitude, longitude, and the status. Okay. So we'll be adding the customer email. So go back to the order manager and here equal to $request of user email. Then we can assign the items. So $order of items equal to $cart. So we are assigning all the items in the cart. And then we can give the status and make it to open. After that, we have to assign the destination address, latitude and longitude. So now we have assigned the address, latitude and longitude. And here we are assigning it the request. So you have to change this request to user. So you are having the address and the latitude and longitude inside this user. Okay. So I made a mistake here. So $user, you have to change it to $user. So the address and the latitude and the longitude will be from this user variable. Okay. So that's why we are fetching the user details here. Okay. So assign the address and all. Then here we can save the details. So when the order is made successfully, we have to clear the cart because the items in the cart is no longer needed. So for that, we have to create a function. So come outside this function and create a function clear cart. We'll be receiving a request. And inside this, we can clear the cart. For that, if cart where user email is equal to the request of user email, we'll be passing it. Then we'll be deleting all the rows with the user email that is equal to the given email address. Okay. So we'll be deleting all the rows with the email address. Okay. Then inside this, we can return success. Else we can return failed. And that's all with the clear cart. Now we can call that here. So if clear cart, this of clear cart, you have to use this operator. And here we can pass the request, $request. And if this is equal to success, if it is success, we can return success from this function. Okay. Return. So hope you understand. This is the function to confirm the cart. And we are calling this clear cart. If the order is made successfully, we'll be calling this clear cart. And if that function is successful, then we'll return the success message. Okay. Otherwise, we can return false. So come outside this if conditions and return false. Can return failed. Okay. And that's all. Now we are having this function clear cart. So if you go to this API.php on the route, we can see we have already created this function clear cart. Okay. So now what is remaining is the get orders function. So you can copy this function and you can go to the order manager, and on the bottom, come here and create a function get orders, and we'll be receiving the request here. So request $request, and inside this we have to receive all the orders where the email address, that is the customer email, is equal to the given email. So we'll be passing that email. So here you can see we are selecting orders where customer email is equal to the given email. So we'll be passing this email, and we are ordering it by ID in descending order. So we'll get the order that is recently made on the top. Okay. And we are fetching all the details. Okay. And after that, you can scroll to the top, go to the get list orders. So this function, okay, list orders function, and you can see this much. So we can copy this much because we are going to reuse this much. So copy it, and then we can paste it here. Okay. Now you can see we are having an error here. So that's because we have to change this order to orders. Okay. Change it to orders. Okay. That's all. Then we can see that we are fetching the product, all the products, and then we are using for each. So hope you remember what I explained for this earlier. So we are doing the same procedure here, and then after that we can return the data, that is $orders. So that's all with this function. So this function will return all the order details, and the customer can view that. Okay. So that's all. So we are done with this part. So now we can go to the API.php, and here we have to create one more route for updating the address. So the customer have to update their address. So for that we can create one more route. Okay, and here we can change it to user slash address slash update. Okay, and then we can create a new controller. So we can open the terminal, and we can create a controller named PHP artisan make controller. We can name the controller like customer manager. Okay, we have created the controller. Now we can use that controller here. So change order manager and type customer manager. Okay, you can see it is coming here. Click here and type alt enter. If you are not using PHP Storm, you can simply remove this much from here. You can cut this much from here, and then you can go to the top, come here, and you have to paste this line here. Okay, so we have to duplicate this line, use illuminate support, and you can paste it here. Okay, so remove this backslash, and then we can call customer manager. So that's all. So you simply have to add this line here. Okay, app slash http slash controllers slash customer manager. That's all. Then we have to call the function. So we haven't created any function. So let's name a function like update address. And that's all with the route area. So our route is almost complete. So we'll not be touching this anymore. So now you can copy this function name and go to the customer manager controller. So come to the controllers folder, and you can see customer manager. Now here we can create a function. So function update address. So we'll be receiving a request here. Open the function. Here we have to update the address details. So first of all, we have to fetch the user. So $user equal to user model and get. So you can see that we have imported a wrong user here. See, this happens. So you have to use the correct user. So you can click here. If you are using PHP Storm, simply click here and click on import class. And you can see we are having multiple users here. So you have to use app slash models slash user. So this is our model. So you have to use that. Okay. And you have to remove this get. course we have had a where condition where email is equal to dollar request of email. Now we'll get the user in this variable. Now we can update the destination address, latitude and longitude. So dollar user of destination address. So you can copy that from the migration. Go to the user migration and you can copy this. And come back to the controller. Where is it? Okay, here. And you can paste it here. Is equal to dollar request of let's make it something like dollar request of address. So we'll be passing this address from our Android app. Okay. And then the next one is dollar user of destination latitude. So for that, LAT equal to dollar request of latitude. Then next one is for longitude. So now you can see we are assigning the latitude, longitude, and then the address. So we'll be passing the address, latitude, and longitude from Android app. Then we are assigning it to the user. Now we have to save it. And if the save operation is successful, we can return success. Else we can return failed. So that's all with this function. So this function will update the user address, latitude, and the longitude. Okay. Now our API part is also completed. So we can go to the route api.php, and here you can see that we are having a API for login and registration. So we'll be having this registration for customers only, not for the delivery executive. So we'll be adding the delivery boys manually. So you can either implement that on the admin side. Right now we haven't implemented that. So we'll be adding it through the PHP myadmin. Okay. And then we are having a login option. So login option will be using it on both the delivery boy and also on the customer side. And then we are having the user delivery. So this will return all the details of the delivery for that particular delivery boy. So we are checking it with the email of the delivery boy. Then we are marking it as success and mark it as fail option. So we are having that API. Then the product list API. So this will return all the list of products. So it will contain all the list of products. So we can try running this maybe. So copy this and open the browser and we can run it here. So slash API slash then give this. Okay. And hit enter. So you can see, hope you can see the output properly. So this is the response. So here we are having all the items inside the products table. Okay. So that's all. So the API is working. And after that, we are having a add to cart option, then remove from cart option, then list all the items in the cart. Then we are having a confirm option. So we'll be confirming the items in the cart and we'll be adding it as an order. So in this area, we can add payment integration. But for in this video, we are not doing the payment integration, but I have already done the payment integration as a video. So you can refer that and you can simply add that to this project. It will be very easy. So refer that video. I'll give the link on the description and I will also give the link on the I button as well. So you can refer that. So here you can see that I am having an option to implement Stripe. So you can implement Stripe or you can implement Razorpay also. So you can see if you scroll down, you can see implement Razorpay. We are having the implementation on Android and PHP and also for webhook as well. So you can refer that and simply implement that. So you simply have to go to my YouTube channel and scroll down, you can find that. Or you can simply click on the search option and you can search Razorpay or simply search Stripe, etc. and you'll get the respective video. And definitely I'll be giving the link for all those on the description. So check the description first. Okay. Then after that, you can see we are having an option to clear the cart. Okay. Then this is for listing all the orders. So this will contain all the orders that the customer had made. Okay. And the last one is to update the address. This is for the customers. So customers will be selecting the location using a map, and we'll be updating the latitude, longitude, etc. Okay, hope you understand that. So the API part is also completed, and our admin part is also completed. You can go to the web.php on the route. You can see our admin part is also completed. So you can add more features here. So hope you understand how to implement all those things. So you can keep on adding more things and make it much better. Now we'll be moving to the Android side. In the Android part, we are starting with the customer application. So you can see I have created a new Android Studio project. This is an empty activity. You can see that I haven't done anything. So you can go to Gradle scripts and choose the build Gradle, second one, and we have to add some dependencies. So for that, you can come to this website. I'll give the link on the description, and we have to add Picasso to our project. So scroll down and you can see the dependency for Picasso. So copy that line and you can paste the dependency here, and you can sync now. Click on sync now. After that, you can come to this website. I'll give the link for this also on the description. We have to add Google Volley to our project. So you can copy this, or you can simply type this also. You can look here and you can type it. Okay. We can add the Volley here and click on sync now. Then we have to add the SDK for map. So for that, you can come to docs.nextbillion.ai. I'll give the link on the description, and you can choose the navigation SDK for Android. And here you can see we are having the dependency. So you can copy the second line, this one, the SDK for map, and we can paste it here. So before clicking the sync, you have to change the version. So the version is 0.1.0. Now you can click on sync now. So now we are adding the map SDK to our library. Okay. Now we can go to the Gradle properties file, and here we have to add one line after this. Okay. So come here and type android.enable jetifier equal to true. Then you can click on sync now. And after that, you can close that file, and you can close the build Gradle also, and come to the main activity Java file. And here we'll be displaying the list of all the items. So before that, we have to add login and registration for our application. So come here and click on the right and go to new and add a new activity. So click on empty activity and you can name it registration. Click finish and you have added a new activity, registration. Add one more activity for login. So you can set this login as a launcher activity. So you can check this option for launcher activity. Check this and click on finish. Okay, now if you go to the manifest, you can see that we are having a login activity. You can see this, and we are having it as a launcher activity. See, that's all. And if you check the manifest, you can see that on the main activity itself, you can see it is also set as a launcher. You can change that to default. Okay, that's all. And we need the permission for using internet. So we can add that on the top. We also need the permission to access course location and find location. So we can add that also. And after that, you can come inside this application tag and we can add use clear text traffic equal to true. Okay, now this will enable you to use the HTTP URL. So if you're having a non-secured HTTP URL, you can use that. So if you're not having this line, if you are using the HTTP URL, you'll get an error message. So that's all. That's why we are adding this line. Okay. And after that, you can type hardware accelerated equal to true. That's all. So now we are done with the manifest part. You can close the manifest file. And you can go to the registration and go to the resources, layout, activity, registration.xml part. And here you can go to split mode. Okay, now we have to design a form in the Android for registering a new user. So here you can see that I have copy pasted all the code. So we are having a registration form here. We are entering the name of the user and email address and then the password also. So you can get this code on the description. So you can simply download it and copy paste the code for the XML part. So if you are spending time to type all the line on the view part, then the video will get too long. That's why I'm copy pasting the code. So here we are simply adding a text view and then an edit text. You can see we are using text input layout and text input edit text. And then you can see an edit text for email, one edit text for password, and we are having a text view. And this text view will be showing errors. By default, it is set visibility to gone. That's why it is not visible here. Okay. And we have set the text color to red here. You can see that here. Okay. And the gravity center and all. Then you can see we are having a progress bar. For the progress bar also, we have set the visibility to gone. And then we are having a button that is submit. So we are having ID for all the text view and the button, etc. So you can see that. Then finally, we are having a text view that says login now. So when we click on this text view, we'll go to the login page. Then you can see we are having ID. So ID is login now, then submit for the button. And for the progress bar, it is loading. And for the text view error, it is error. Then for the password, it is password, email, it is email. And for the name, it is name. So the ID is important. So hope you understand everything. So if you want to type the code, you can pause the video and type the code. So I'm showing it in slow motion. So you can see the code. You can pause the video and type it if you want to type it. Okay. So I am providing the code in the description. You can download that and paste it here. Okay. So for the view part, we are simply copy pasting the code. Okay. Okay. The registration form is ready. Now we have to go to the login view part. So let's go to the login view part. Go to split mode and you can see we are having nothing. So let's copy paste the code for login form also. So now we can see we have copy pasted the code for the login form also. We are having an email and then we are having password option. So after that we are having a text view to show the error, then progress bar and then a button to submit and then a text view that will open the registration form when we click on it. Okay. And we are having the respective ID also. So you can see that. So you can pause the video and type the code if you want to type it, or you can go to the description and download the code. Okay. After completing the view part of registration and login, you can go to the registration Java part. Okay. Here we'll be creating an object for text input edit text. So we have created an object for text input edit text. You can see we are having 3 objects, one for name, one for email, and one for password. After that, we have to create a string for name, email, and password. Then you have to create an object for the text view. So we have declared objects for the text view error and one for login. Now come inside the onCreate method and here we have to initialize all the objects. So we can initialize them. So edit text, I will show one example. So edit text name equal to find view by ID r dot id dot, then we have to give the ID of the edit text. So if you are having any doubt, you can go to activity registration.xml and here you can see we are giving the ID name. See this one. So this is the ID. This is the ID for the name, edit text of the name. Then we are having email and then password. So you have to refer it and do it. Okay. Then go to registration Java part and here we can give the ID. So the ID is name. Now after initializing the objects, you can see I have initialized the edit text for name, email, password, and the text view for error and login. After that, we have to create an object for button. So come to the top and create an object for button, and one object for the progress bar. Okay, now we have to initialize the button and the progress bar as well. Now we have to set an on-click listener for the text view login. So we can set an on-click listener to open the login class. So now we are calling the new activity, that is login activity, on clicking the text view. And then we are finishing the current activity, that is the registration activity. So that's happening here inside this on click listener. And after that, we have to set an on click listener for the button, that is the button submit. Inside the button submit, we have to fetch the data from the edit text and store it to the string. So now we are fetching all the data from the edit text and we are storing it to the string. And after that, we have to make a request to the API that we have created. So hope you remember that we have created an API on Laravel for registering the user. So we have to get the URL for that. So I have SAMP installed and the Apache and MySQL is running. And you can see that I am keeping the project inside SAMP installation htdocs folder. Okay, you can see that on the top left side. Okay, and you can see the folder name, that is food delivery application. And after that, I have added a file on the root directory. You can see .htaccess. Okay, and it is having this content. Now this will redirect all the requests to the public to index.php. Okay, so that's all. So you have to add this file. So simply create a file .htaccess on the root folder. That is, I will show you. So let's minimize all the folder so you can understand it better. So you can see here. So inside this folder, you have to right click and create a new file and name it .htaccess. Okay, like this .htaccess. And then you have to type this content. That's all. Now you can go to the routes and inside that you can open the api.php. And this is our API for registering a user. Okay. So first of all, we have to get the IP address, that is the local IP address. So open CMD. So here you can see that I have opened the command prompt. Now here we can type ipconfig. And now you can see that we are having an IP address here. See, IPv4 address. So copy this IPv4 address. And you have to remember that the API is having the URL structure like users/register. So now you can go to the Android part. So here we can create a string. So string URL equal to, and we can start with HTTP : then paste the IP address that we just copied, give a slash, and then we have to give the folder name. So the folder name was food delivery application. And then give a slash. Then we have to give the name of the project. So our name of the project was food delivery app. Then give a slash and we can call the API section. So slash API, then give a slash. Then we have to use the users/register and give a semicolon at the end. And that's all. So hope you can see the URL properly. So this is my URL. So this IP address will change for you. Okay. So I will show you how this works. So you can go to the PHP part. And here you can see I am having the folder food delivery application. So food-delivery-application. And that folder is inside c/samp/htdocs. Okay. Then inside that folder, we are having one more folder, that is food delivery app. So hope you understand. That's how the URL came. So if you are having any doubt, you can leave a comment and I'll respond to them. So we are getting the URL like this. Okay. And then we can test if the API is working or not. So we can click on control and click on the URL. So you can see that it is showing not found. So we have to add one more thing before the slash API. So before the slash API, we have to add slash public, then give a slash. Okay. This is our API URL. Okay. So you can remove this public when you are uploading it to the server. So right now, since it is on SAMP and we are using it locally, you have to add this public folder also. Okay. Now you can click here. So you can see that we are getting one more error that is not found again. So I think it is the mistake with the spelling. So we can go and check the spelling and I will copy the path from here. So click here and copy path reference and the path is this one. Okay. So let's copy it and we can paste it here. Okay. So our path is food delivery application slash food delivery app. So let's copy that much, only this much. Okay. So we can replace it here. So the probability of having an error is here. So we can paste it here. Okay. And we have to change this to slash to a forward slash. Okay. Now we can remove this red line. Okay. Now I think the spelling mistake will be gone. So now we can click on control and click on the URL. Okay. Now you can see that the API is working and we are getting a result. See? So it is saying that the status is failed and a message, all fields are required. So that is because we are not passing the name, email and the password. So we have to pass that. So the API is working properly. So here you have to make sure that the IP address is working properly. This IP will change every time that you restart the system or disconnect to the internet, etc. So this is a local IP address. So I prefer you to run it locally on your system. Otherwise, you can upload the Laravel project to a server and then create a proper URL. If you are using this URL and using this to test it on your mobile application, you have to make sure that you are connected to the same Wi-Fi network. Okay. You should not use any hotspot. So you have to make sure that the IP address is matching. That's why I'm saying no to use a hotspot. So you have to connect your mobile and your desktop to a same Wi-Fi network. So then you have to check the IP address once more on your desktop. Then use that IP here. Okay. So hope you understand that. If you are having any issue with the IP, the API will not work. So you have to make sure that the IP address is correct. And after that, we have to make a post request using Volley. So now you can see I have copy pasted some code. So it starts from here and till here. Okay. I'll give the code on the description. So this is a Volley post request. Now we have to import all the classes. So click here and type alt enter. Import all the classes. Okay, now we have imported all the classes. So you can see this much is the code. Okay, so add this code. So here on the onResponse function, you can see that I'm checking if the response is equal to success or not. So let's go to the API. And here on the route section, you can open the api.php. And here you can see the route for registration, that is user/register. You can go inside this function. So open the controller, that is inside app, HTTP controller. You can see Auth API manager. Inside that you are having the function registration. And you can see that we are returning an array. So we can change that. Okay. So we can simply return failed here. And scroll down and we can change the status here also. Here we can simply return failed. And at the bottom, we can return success. Okay, give a semicolon in the top. Okay, so that's all. So we have to return success. Otherwise, the response will be different and there will not be a success execution. Okay, so that's why I changed the response. So after changing the API, you can come here and now the response will get it as success. Okay, so if the response is equal to success, we are showing a toast message, that is account created. And then we are opening the main activity class. Okay, then you can see If it is false, we are showing a toast message. Okay. So let's scroll down, and here we can see that we are passing some parameters. So it contains name, email, and password. And the name, email, and password are the string. You can see we have created a string on the top. This three. Okay. And we are initializing the value here. We are assigning the value to name, email, and password from the edit text. So when we click on the button, we will get the value from the edit text, whatever value is inside this edit text, and we will fill that to the string. And you can add an if condition and check if the name and email is empty or not. So I'll show you how to do that. If name dot equals empty. So just like that, you can give an and option, and email dot equals empty, and password dot equals empty. And inside this if condition, we can show a toast message. Okay, so here we are showing a toast message, and you can add the other things inside an else part. So for now, we don't need this because we are checking this inside the API part. Okay, so I'm going to remove it. So if you want to do that, you can do this like this, and you can add the remaining on the else part. Okay, hope you understand that. And that's all. Now our registration part is completed. Now we can move to the login part. So for that, you can go to login.java, and here we have to initialize some objects. So you can copy that from the registration.java. So we need edit text for the email and password. So we can copy this, and this one is also needed. And we also need the text views, and that's it. And one for the button also, and for the progress bar. So you can copy this much from the registration and paste it on the top. Now we have to change the name. So for login, we only need email and password. So we can remove the name option from the edit text, and we need the string. And after that, we can change the text view login to text view register. And then we need the button, yes, and the progress bar. Okay. We also need to create an object for the shared preference. So shared preferences, shared preference. Okay, create an object. Then we can come inside the onCreate function, and we can initialize all the objects. So now we have initialized all the objects. So if you are having any doubt, you can check here and you can type that. So I will explain the shared preference part. So here you can see I have initialized the shared preference using get shared preferences, and I'm giving a name. So we can use any name. So we can change the name to something like customer application, and we are setting the mode to private, and that's all. Then everything else is similar to what we did on the registration part. And after that, we have to set an on-click listener for the text view register. So for that, we can go to the register.java, and we can copy this from here. Okay, and we can paste it here. And we have to change the object name. So let's change the object name to text view register. That's all. Then we have to change the class name also. So the class name is login.class. So we have to change it to registration.class. And that's all. Now the on-click listener for the text view is done. Then we have to set the on-click listener for the button. So let's do that. And inside the on-click listener, we have to make a post request to the login API. So here you can see that I have added the code for making a post request to the login API. I'll give the code on the description so you can download it and you can check it. Okay. So in order to make the video faster, I have simply copy pasted it. Okay. So here you can see we have to import all the classes. So click here and type alt enter. Import all the classes. And here you can see an API key. So we can remove that. We don't need that. So remove that and remove this also. Okay, this line also. And that's all. So this is the code. So here we have to give the API for the login. So we can copy the URL from here. This is the registration one. So let's copy that URL and we can paste it on the URL here, and we can change registration to login. Okay, that's all. So this is the login URL. So if you click here using control, click on control and click here using the mouse, you can see we are getting a JSON response. Okay. After that, we can see that we are making a post request, and inside the on response, we are setting the progress bar visibility to gone. You can see on the top, when we click on the button, you can see we are setting the progress bar visibility to visible and also the error text to gone. So we have to add that on the registration part as well. For now, we haven't added that. So we'll add that later on. And you can see here on the on response function, we are setting the visibility for the progress bar to gone. And here we are parsing the JSON. So we are getting a JSON response with the status and the message, then the email and the name of the user. So we are going to store that inside the shared preferences. So you can see we have created an object for the shared preference on the top. You can see that here. And then you can see here we are creating an editor object. Okay. Then we are storing it to the editor. So we are setting login is equal to true. Okay. Then we are setting put string name equal to the name that we fetch from the API. And we are setting the email also. And we are applying it. That's all. Then we are opening the main activity class. You can see that we are calling an intent, start activity, intent, and then we are finishing the current activity. That is login. And here on the else part, you can see we are having an if condition here. And for the else part, we are having the text view dot set text equal to message. So we'll be passing a message here. You can see that we are having status and message. So if it is having an error message, we can simply set the message to the text view like this, and we can set the visibility for the text view to visible. That's all. So the else part is done. And then inside the catch method, we are simply printing the stack trace. That's all. You can do anything else here. So we are simply adding it to the stack trace so you can debug the code properly. Okay. So if you are having any error, you can check it and understand it. Okay. And here on the on error response, we are setting the progress bar visibility to go on and error text, and we are setting the text, that is the error message, to the error text. So this is the object for the error, and then we are setting the visibility for the text view error, and then we are printing it to the stack trace also. And here we are also passing email and password. So you can see we are passing email and password as a post variable. We are making post request here. Okay. So that's all. So hope you understand the code. So you can pause the video and type it so you can see the code properly. Hope you can see the code properly. Or I am also providing the complete code on the description. Okay. So you can download it and you can do the code. Okay. So now you can go to the top here, and we have to check if the shared preference login is set or not. If it is set, we don't have to open the login. So we can check that here. So here you can see I have added an if condition, and we are checking get shared preference dot get string login. So on the bottom, we are setting the string login here, and we are setting it to true. That means if the login is successful, this variable will be true. And here we are checking if the variable login is equal to true. So the default value we have set it to false. So don't get confused. This is the default value, and this is the value that we are going to check it with. Okay. So if this variable is equal to true, then we don't have to open the login screen. So that's why we are calling the intent to open the main activity, and we are finishing the login activity. Hope you understand that. So now our login activity is completed. Now we can move on to the main activity Java file. So here, first of all, we have to go to the layout activity main XML part, go to the split mode, and we have to add some UI part to this. So we'll be using recycler view, and we'll be having 3 buttons on the top as well. So I will copy paste the code in order to make the video faster. Okay, I'll give the link for that on the description as well. Now you can see that I have copy pasted all the code. You can get it from the description. So we are having a linear layout as the parent layout. Then we are having one more linear layout, and we have set the orientation to horizontal. And inside that we are having 3 buttons. You can see one button is for selecting the address. So we're having the ID, BTN select address. And the next one is for BTN all orders. So we'll be showing all the list of all orders here. And then another button is for opening the cart. So BTN cart. So that's all. Then after that, we are having a relative layout. So inside this relative layout, we'll be showing all the items. So we'll be having a plus and minus button. So we can add an item to the cart and remove it from the cart, etc. So for that, we have to create an adapter first. So before that, we can go back to the activity main, that is the main activity Java file. And we have to create an object for shared preference on the top. And then we have to create an object for buttons. So we are having 3 buttons. Now we have to initialize the objects. So come here. So you can see we have added the initialization for the object, one for the share preference and one for the button cart, button address and button all orders. Now we have to add the option to check if the login is successful or not. So you can go to the login.java and you can copy this much from here. So here we are checking if the login is equal to true or not. And inside the activity main.java, we'll be checking if it is equal to false or not. So paste the code here and you can change this true to false. And we can change this main activity.class to login activity. Login.class, that's all. So this will check if the login is false or not. If it is false, we will open the login activity and we will close the main activity. Now we have to create a view for the items inside the recycler view. So I will give that in the description. So I'll be creating that file here. So you can see that I have added the file listitems.xml on the layout. So let's open that file and you can see we are inside the split mode and you can see I have added a layout. We are having a card view on the top. Then we are having a linear layout. Inside that we are having an image, then a text view. So inside the text view, we'll be showing the title and then we'll be showing the description inside another text view. Then we are having a linear layout and inside that we are having 2 image buttons. And you can see we are having this red line for this 2 line. So we have to add this drawable file. So for that you can go to drawable and you can right click, go to new and click on vector assets and click on clip parts. And here we can search for add. So add and you can select this icon. Okay, and we can change it to IC add. Change the name to IC add. Remove everything else. Okay. And you can click on next and finish. So now you can see this drawable / IC add is in green. Okay. Because we have added the icon for plus. Okay. Then we have to add this icon, that is a remove option. So go to the drawable and right click new, click on vector asset, click on the clip part. And here we have to search for horizontal rule. And now you can see that here, horizontal rule option here. So select this and click OK. And we can change the name to IC_remove. Okay, that's all. Now click next and finish. Now if you check here, this will go to green. See, that's all. So we have added 2 icons. Now if you go to the layout and check, you can see on the design part, you can see we are having a button plus and minus. So when we click on the plus button, we will add the item to the cart. And when we click on the minus button, we will remove the item from the cart. Okay. So we are having ID for all the buttons. You can see that remove item, add item, and then we are having the text view ID, that is text view DES description, and text view title, and then image view, and that's all. Okay. And one ID for the card view as well. Okay. So that is the IDs. So you have to remember the IDs. Okay. Then we can go to the activity main Java part, and here we have to create an adapter. So here if you check, you can see I have added recycler view adapter and also one more file, that is list data. So I will provide all this file in the description. So here inside this adapter, you can see I have extended the recycler view adapter. So I already have a complete video on explaining recycler view. So you can watch that if you want to learn that. So I am going to do this faster because we need to reduce the time for the video. Okay. So you can watch that video. I will give the link for that in the description. Here you can see that we are having a video how to use recycler view in Android. So you can watch this video to learn how to use recycler view in Android. And I'll give the link for this on the description and also on the I button as well. Now inside this adapter, we can see that we are having a array list and the array list of type list data. So if you open the list data file, you can see we are having string, ID, name, description, image, and price. And we are having get ID, get name, get image, get description, and get price functions. Okay. So we are using that. So we are having an array list of type list data. And then we are having an int counter. I will explain that later. Then we are passing the context. So we are having an object for the context. And here we are having the URL, that is the API URL. This is for removing the item from the cart, and this is for adding the item to the cart. So if you check this URL, you can see we are having the IP address, http:// then the IP address. So hope you remember how to get this IP address. Simply open the command prompt and type ipconfig. Then we'll get this IPv4 address. That's all. Then we are having the folder name and then the project name. Okay. Then we have to use the public since we are using the local IP. Then we have to specify the IP because in Laravel for API URLs, we'll be having URL structure /API before everything. Okay. And then /API /users /cart /remove. So this is the URL that we have given on the Laravel. So hope you remember that. So this is for removing from the cart and this is for adding to the cart. And that's all. This is the API URLs. And then we are having an object for shared preference. And this is the constructor. So inside this constructor, we are passing the array list and then we are assigning it to the object that we have created on the top. This one. Okay. That's all. So we'll pass this array list when we call this adapter. And after this, we are having the view holder. And inside the onCreate view holder, we are getting this view group parent and int view type. So we'll get the context from here, parent.getContext. Then we are getting the shared preference. So we have to change this my app name to the name that we have given. So we can go to main activity and the name is customer app. Okay. Copy it and we can give it here. Okay. So you have to make sure the name is matching. Otherwise you will get error. Okay. Then here we are inflating the layout. So you can see that and we are getting the view. So here we are using this file that we have added here. So hope you remember that we have added list item, list_item.xml. So we are using that file here, r.layout.listItems. Okay. And then we are getting the view here. Then we are passing this view to this class. Okay. You can see view holder. We are passing this view. And if you go to the view holder class, you can see here, we are receiving that view. And then we are initializing all the objects. So you can see we are having object for image view, button add, button remove, and text view, title, description, card view, etc. And here we are initializing all the objects. And that's all. So go to the top and here, I think we stopped here. Okay. And inside the function onBind view holder, we are getting the object for view holder class. That is the below class. And we are calling the text view title and we are setting the text here. So you can see we are accessing the list data. So we can access the list data according to the position like this. List data dot get position. Hope you understand that. And here we are having an object of list data and we are storing that to this object. Okay. And then we can access it like list dot get name. So if the position is 1, we'll get the first item from the list. And then we are accessing the name. And here we are accessing the price. And here we are accessing the description and setting it to the text view. And here we are using Picasso to load the image. So we will be loading the image from the URL and we'll be setting it to the image view. Then we are adding onClick listener to the button. So button add and button remove. We are having onClick listener for both. And here we are setting the view to be disabled. So you can see v.set enabled equal to false. And when we click on this button and it takes time to complete the loading, we will be setting it to false. So the user cannot click again and again like that. Okay. So we'll be setting it to false here. And you can see we are calling this function send request and we are passing the view here. Okay. You can see that. Hope you can see that. And here you can see we are passing the add URL. So go to the top, you can see this is the add URL. Okay. This is the API to add item to the cart. So we are passing that URL here. Then we are passing it as a get request. So we are adding a question mark and then item ID equal to list.getID. And we are passing user email. So in order to get the user email, we are using shared preference.getString email. And this is the default value. That's all. And then inside the on remove button, we are doing the same thing. So we are disabling the button and then we are calling the send request function. We are passing the view and the URL is remove URL. So that is the URL to remove item from the cart. And we are passing item ID and also user email. So hope you understand that. And on the bottom, you can see we are having a variable counter. I think we don't need that. So we can remove that from here and go to the top and we can remove the initialization also. Int counter equal to 0, remove that. Okay. And here we are getting the item count. So get item count and we are returning the length of the list. And we can scroll down to the send request function. Here we are receiving the view and also receiving the API URL. Here we are making a get request using volley. And inside the on response, we are enabling the view. We are setting set enabled to true. So we are setting the view to be enabled. And after that, we are checking if the response is equal to success. If it is success, we'll be showing operation successful. Otherwise, we'll be showing operation failed. And that's all. On the error response, we are doing the same. We are setting the view to be enabled and we are simply printing the error. So our adapter for the recycler view is done. So hope you understand this. If you are having any doubt, leave a comment and I will respond to them. So now we can go to the activity main.java file. So here, the first thing we have to do is ask for permission. So for that, we will be creating a function. So you can see that I've added a function to check permission. Now we can import the classes. So click here and type alt enter. Okay, note that one. Click here on the class name and type alt enter. Okay, import class and import all the classes. Okay, now if you call this function, it will ask for permission if permission is not enabled, and it will not ask if the permission is enabled. Okay, so we can call that function on the top somewhere here. Okay, so hope you understand that. I will give the code, entire code on the description. Okay, so you can refer that. And after that, we have to call a function to fetch all the data. So we have to go to the top and here we can create a variable string API URL. And here we have to specify the API URL to get the list of all products. So if you want to go to the PHP part, you can see here inside the routes, if you open the api.php, you can see we are having a route /product/list. So this will return all the products. Okay, so we have to call this API. Here you can see that we have added the API URL. So this URL will return all the items. So we can try opening this inside a browser. So hope you can see this. So we are having the response. So this is the API and we are having ID of the item and then the name, description, price, image, and the created at and updated at. So that's all. So we are only having one item for now. So if you are having more items, you'll be having one more JSON object and you'll be having all this data. So our API URL is correct. Then after that, we have to make a function to get all the data from that. So we have to make a get request to this API. So let's create a function. So you can see I have created a function fetch data, this much. Okay. And here we are making a get request using volley. Hope you can see the code properly. I will hit an enter from here. Okay. Now we have to import all the classes. So click on the class name and type alt enter. Import class. Import all the classes. Okay, now in this function, we are making a get request to the URL and we are getting the response here. So here you can see we are calling a function parse JSON. So right now we haven't created that function. So now we can create that function. So here you can see that the URL variable is also wrong. So let's type API and yes, it was capital URL. Okay. So the API is this one. So this is the variable name. Okay. Use that here. That's all. Okay. Then we have to create this function parse JSON. So this is the function to parse JSON. You can see we are getting the data here. So we are passing the response to this function. And here you can see the red classes. So import the classes here. Click here and type alt enter. Import class. Okay. Now we can see we are having a JSON array. So we are receiving a JSON array first. So we have to convert it to object of JSON array. Then we are using a for loop and looping through all the array, and then we are looping it till the length of the array. Okay. Then here inside this, we are getting the JSON object from the array. So JSON array dot get JSON object. And then we are receiving the ID, name, description, image, price, etc. here. So if you want to learn more about how to parse JSON, we already have a video explaining that. So for that, you can watch this video, parse JSON in Android. So come to our channel and you can see this, parse JSON in Android. So I will give a link for this on the description as well. So you can see that. So now here we are having a variable that is array list and it is in red. So we have to go to the top and here we have to create a variable array list of list data. Call the class list data. And here we can create a variable array list. Okay, then come inside the onCreate method. And here we have to type array list equal to new array list. And after that, we can call the function fetch data here. Fetch data. That's all. So here we are calling this function. So that will go to this and we'll be getting a response from the API. And that response, we are passing it to the function parse JSON. So it will go to this function, this one, and then we are parsing the JSON and we are getting each data. And then we are adding it to the array list here. Okay. Then after that here, you can see that I have created an object for the recycler view. This is the ID of the recycler view. So if you go to the activity main.xml, you can see a recycler view here. And the ID is recycler view. So you have to use that here. Okay. Hope you understand that. Then we have created an object for the recycler view adapter. That is this class. So we have created an adapter here. Create an object and then we are passing the array list here. This array list. Okay. We are passing that array list here to the constructor. And then here we are setting some size and all. So we have to use set has fixed size equal to true. And recycler view dot set layout manager new layout manager dot this. And here this is the main part. We are setting the adapter. So we have created an object for the adapter here. And here we are linking that adapter to the recycler view object. Okay, hope you understand that. So that's all. So our main activity is also done. I think we can run the application now. So here you can see that the app has launched. Now we can go to register now. Okay, the registration has opened. Now we can create a new user. So let's type something like customer 1. Let's give an email. And let the password be 123. Okay, now we can click on submit. You can see account created and then we are redirected to login page. Now we can try logging in. Okay, now we can click on submit. See, the login is successful and the main activity has launched. Now the function, that is this one, check permission, is asking for permission. So you can click use while using the app. Then you can see the list of items here. See, we are having only one item. So that's why it is showing one item. And we are having the button, enter address, order, and also cart. Okay. So now we can try clicking on the plus and you can see operation successful. And let's try clicking on the minus and operation successful. That means the API is working fine. So let's click on the plus and now we can go to the cart. So open the PHP myadmin and go to the cart table. And here inside the cart, you can see we are having one item. See, we are having item ID is equal to 1. So our cart is working fine. So you can see the ID is 2. So you remember that we added one item and removed it. That's why the ID for the first item is 2. So let's try removing it. So let's click on the minus button. Operation successful. Now we can try refreshing this page. And you can see the item is removed from the cart. Now we can try adding one or two items. Now let's try clicking plus and once more click the plus. Maybe click once more. So we are having 3 chicken biryanis. Okay. Now let's refresh the page and you can see we are having 3 items on the cart. So hope you understand. So our option to add item to the cart and remove item from the cart is ready. Now we have to implement the cart option. So for that we have to create an activity. So click here and go to new and you can select activity, empty activity, and we can name it cart. And we can click on finish. So we also need to implement the button that is address, enter address, and also one for order details. So we have to add 2 more activities. So click on here, new activity and empty activity. So we can do this for orders, list of orders. And one for entering address. So go to activity, empty activity, address details. So now we are having 3 activities added, one for cart and one for the list orders and then one for entering the address details. So first of all, we can start with the cart. So go to cart.java part and you can see we have to implement the layout part. So go to the layout folder and open activity cart.xml. Go to the split mode and here we have to add the UI part. So I'll be adding the code and then I'll explain it. So now I have pasted the code for the cart. So you can see we are having a text view. So in this text view, we'll be showing the data. And then we are having a button to confirm the order. And then another button to remove everything from the cart. And this text view, the last text view, will be showing the distance and the duration for delivery. Okay, so we can go to the top. So we'll be showing each item, that is the cart items, in the text view. So you can use a recycler view and create a better UI. So for now we are using a text view and we'll be showing it. So we can go to cart activity Java part and here we have to create an object for text view. Then we have to create an object for shared preference and also for the buttons. Now we have to initialize the objects. So come to the onCreate method and here we have to initialize the text. So this text view is for the data that we are going to show. So this is the cart data. So we can change the object name to something like text view cart data. Okay. Then we can initialize the objects. Text view cart data equal to find view by ID r.id dot then give the ID of the text view. So let's go to activity cart and this is the ID. So copy that and we can give it here. And that's all. So like this, we have to initialize all the objects. So now we can see we have initialized all the text view, that is the text view cart data and the text view for showing distance and duration. Then we have created an object for shared preference and we have initialized it. And then we have initialized the object for button confirm and button remove. And for the shared preference, you have to make sure the name is exactly matching. So we have to make note of that. Then after that, we have to set an on-click listener for the confirm button and also for the remove button. And inside that, we'll be calling the API to confirm the order, etc. So for that, we have to give the API URL on the top. So let's create a string API URL to confirm. So we can name it URL confirm. And here we can give the API for confirming the cart. So this is the URL. So we have added the IP address, then the folder name, then the app name, and then inside the public we are using the API /users /cart /confirm. So hope you remember how to get this URL. And then we are passing the user email. So give a question mark, and then we are passing the user email equal to. Then we have to pass the value of the user email. So for that we are using this shared preference. Okay, so we can do that here inside this function, that is the on-click listener. So we can add one more string for the remove URL. I have created another string URL remove and assign the value, that is the URL of the API to remove from cart. So if you're having any doubt with this URL, you can go to the api.php. Inside routes, you can see api.php. And here you can see this route. Okay, so this is to remove item from the cart, and this is the URI. So you can copy it from here. So that's all. Now we are passing user email on both. Okay, so now we have to create a function to make a get request to this URL. So you can see this function send request. So we already have created this function earlier on, I think it is on the adapter. So you can see inside the adapter, we have already created this function. Okay, so I'm using the same function here, and you can see that here. Okay, so we are making a get request. Now we have to import all the classes first. So click here and type alt enter, import class. So import all the classes. Okay, now you can see we are disabling the view, and then we are enabling it on response and on error. So hope you remember that. This is the same function that we have created here. Okay, inside the adapter. Okay, now we are passing the URL here. Okay, so we can call this function. So go to the button confirm.onClickListener. So if you want to type this code yourself, you can type it right now. So I will show you. So you can pause the video here and you can type it. Okay, so this much. Okay, from here to here. So now we have to call this function. Okay, so we can call it from the button onClickListener for the confirm button. So inside this onClick, we can call send request, pass the view, give a comma, and we have to pass the URL. So the URL is URL confirm. And then we also have to pass the email address. So if you go to the URL, you can see our URL is ending like this. So we are having a question mark and then user email equal to, then the user email should come here. Okay, so we can add it here. Okay, come here and give a plus. Then we can pass the user email like shared preferences dot get string, and the field name is email. We have to pass a default value, so let it be blank. So this will pass the email of the logged in user. Okay, so that's why we are storing the shared preference while we are logging in. Now we can call the same function on the button remove. So let's copy this line and let's paste it on the button remove function on ClickListener. And here we have to remove this URL confirm to URL remove. So now we have given the API URL to remove item from the cart, and we are passing the email of the user. So that's all. So the button to confirm the items in the cart and the button to remove items is ready. So first of all, we have to show all the items in the cart. So for that, we have to create a function. So the function is fetch data. So here you can see that I have given the API URL. Okay, this is the API URL to get all the items from the cart. So you can check that properly. And you can see that API /users/cart/list. And then we are having a question mark, and then we are passing the user email. So user email equal to. Then we are using a plus symbol here, and then we are sharing the email address of the user. So this much is the URL. Okay, so hope you understand that. And then we are making a get request to this URL, and on response we are passing it to parse JSON. Just like before, we have to parse this JSON response, and we'll be showing it on the text view. So this is the function to parse the JSON data. So you can see we are receiving a JSON array. First of all, we can import all the classes. So click here and import all classes. So here we have imported all the classes. Now we can see the text view is in red. So the object name is like text view card data. Okay. So the object name is this one. You can scroll to the top and you can see the object name, this one. Okay. And come here, come back to the function. Here we are getting a JSON array. So we are converting it to JSON array object. Then we are fetching the JSON object from the array. So JSON array dot get JSON object of index 0, because we are only having one item. And then we are having one more array inside that. We are fetching that array like JSON object dot get JSON array and pass the name of the array. So the name of the array is cart. So now we are having the JSON array, and then we are looping through the JSON array. So I will show you the structure of the JSON later. So now you concentrate on the code. So I will explain how the JSON array looks like. Then you can see we are fetching all the data. So here we are fetching the JSON object once more. Then we are fetching all the data. Okay, ID, name, description, and num item. Then the price. Num item is number of items, and then the price, and that's it. Then we are setting that to the text view. So here you can see we are using the append function, and then we are setting the item, that is the name of the item, then giving a /n, then the price, then you can see we are giving the number of items, and you can see we are giving double slash at the end. Okay, so this is how we are going to append the data to the text view. And after this for loop, you can see we are getting the distance and the duration. So you can see we are getting it from the JSON object dot get int and distance, then the duration. And we are dividing the distance by 1000. So in order to convert it to kilometers, we are dividing it by 1000. And then we are converting the seconds into minute. So for that we are dividing it by 60. And then we are setting the text again. So you can see we are using set text this time. Okay. So this is to another text view. So this is the text view that is at the bottom. So hope you remember that. And set text, we are setting the distance in kilometer and the duration in minutes. That's all. And on the catch, we are simply logging the errors. So that's all. So hope you understand. I'll give the complete code on the description so you can download it. Now we have to call this function, that is fetch data. So go to the onCreate method on the top, and here we can call fetch data. And that's all. So now our cart is completely ready. Now we have to move to the list orders activity. So let's go to list orders.java file, and here we have to go to the layout first of all. So go to layout and activity list orders. Go to the split mode, and here we have to add the UI part. Here in the list order, you can see we are only having a text view, and we'll be displaying all the data in the text view. If you want to use a recycler view, we can use the recycler view, and you have to create an adapter and all. So I already have a video on how to do that. So you can watch that and create a recycler view. So for now in this video, we'll be using a text view and we'll be showing the data in this text view. So that's all. We have to add a text view, and you can see the text view is having an ID text orders. Then you can go to list orders Java part, and here we have to create an object for the text view. We also have to create an object for the shared preferences. And then we have to come inside the onCreate method, and we have to initialize the shared preferences and also the object for the text view. And here you can see we have initialized the shared preferences and the text view. So you have to make sure that the name that you're using here is matching to the name that you have used throughout the application. So let's go to the main activity and you can see the name here. Okay. So to make sure that the name is matching properly. So let's go back to the list orders.java, and here after this we have to set movement method for the text view. So text view orders dot set movement method, we can pass new scrolling movement method. Now this will enable you to scroll the text view, and that's all. Now you can come here and we have to create a function to fetch the data. So let's create a function to fetch the data. So this is the function fetch data, and we are passing the API URL here to the function, and you can see we are making a get request. And on the inside the on response function, you can see we are calling parse JSON function. So first of all, we can import all the classes. Then we have to create this function, that is parse JSON. So you can see inside the on response function, we are calling a function parse JSON, and we are passing the response string. So let's create that function. Okay, so this is the function parse JSON, and we are receiving the response here. And we have to import all the classes. First of all, let's import all the classes. Click here and type alt enter import class. Okay, that's all. So you can see the text view object is different. So let's change the name. So the object name is text view orders. Okay, so we are setting the text view to this text view object, and we are initializing it here. Okay, so use that object. Okay, this is our function. Okay, you can see here we are receiving a JSON array. Okay, then we are looping through the JSON array. Then we are getting the JSON object, each JSON object. Then we are getting the data from that. That's all. We are receiving ID created at status and item details. So inside the item details, we'll be having many data like the name of the item and the image, etc. So for that, we are again creating an array inside that. So this item details is a JSON array. So we are getting that. Then we are again looping through the array. You can see that here. So you can see before the for loop, we are appending some data here. Order placed on, and we are passing the created at here, and also the status. Then inside the for loop, we are running the for loop till the array length. So this is the length of the item details array. Okay. And then we are running it till the length, and inside this, we are receiving the JSON object. Just like this one, you can see here also we are doing the same. So just like that, we are receiving the JSON object here also. And then here you can see we are appending the text. So you can see item, and we are passing the name of the item, and then the price. That's all. So we are appending the item name and the price. So that's what we are doing in this text view append part. Okay. Then after the for loop, we are simply appending /n in order to give a space. That's all. So I will run and show how this looks like later on. So we have to call this function. That's all. So go to the top here, come here inside the on create, and we can call fetch data. And here we have to pass the URL of the API. So for that, you can go to the main activity and copy this much, because this much will be same. So let's copy that much and we can paste it here. And we can check the API URL, how it goes. So go to the routes section in your Laravel app, open api.php, and here you can see this route, users/orders/list. So you have to use this. Okay. So let's copy this much from here and we can paste it here. So you can see we have pasted the URL. Now this is the API URL. So if you are having any doubt, you can simply try opening it on a browser. So here you can see that the API is working and we are not having any data. That's because we are not passing the user email. Okay. So let's go back to the Android part. And now we can come to the end of this URL and give a question mark because we have to pass the email also. So email equal to, then we have to pass the email. And in order to get the email, we'll be using the shared preferences plus shared preferences dot get string. Okay, I will hit an enter from here. Hope you can see the code properly. And inside this get string, we'll have to give the name of the field, that is email, give a comma and pass the default value, that is empty. So this is the URL. Hope you can see that properly. So this much is the URL. Okay. And you can see we are having the API URL and email equal to, then we are passing the email of the logged in user. Okay, now that's all. So this will work and it will fetch all the data from the API and it will display the data on the text view. That's all. So if you want to see the list of orders in the browser, you can open that API here and give a question mark, email equal to, then pass the email of the customer. So our customer's email is one@customer.com. Okay, and hit enter. So you can see that we are not receiving any data here. So this is the URL that we have passed. You can see that here. Okay. So let's go to the PHP myadmin and go to the orders table. And here you can see that we are passing a dummy value inside the customer email. So change that to the email of the customer. So hope you remember that we inserted the data on this orders table manually. That's why it is showing error. Okay. So change the email of the customer. And now we can refresh the API. So let's refresh it. See, now we are having the data because we are having one order. We are having one order from the customer. So we are checking if the email of the customer is matching. And then we are showing the order details. I will zoom out a little bit. Okay, so you can see we are having the ID of the order and the delivery boy email. After assigning, the delivery boy email will be shown here. Then the customer email, that is the users, logged in users email. Then the items, it contains all the ID of the items. See, item ID, like that. Then we are having the address, destination address, latitude and longitude. So these are dummy values for now. So we'll be seeing how to update that. Then we are having the status and it is assigned. Then created at is null for now because we inserted the value by ourselves. That's why. And updated as is there. Okay. And item details. See this one. This one we are having the details of the item. So the item ID is 1. So you can see ID 1 and then we can see the name and the description and the image, price and all those details. And you can see again we are having one more item. Since the ID is the same, so the same data is being shown. Okay. So we are having two items in the same order. So hope you understand how the API will look like. So now our list orders activity is completed. So if you are having any doubt, you can leave a comment. So hope you can see all the code. If you want to see the code, you can pause the video and you can watch it and type. Okay. And I'll be providing the complete source code on the description also. Okay. Now we can move to the address details. Okay. So we'll be selecting the address here. And this is one of the major area. So we'll be creating a map and then we'll be selecting the address from the map. Okay. So for that, we can go to the activity address details. That is the XML part. So go to the layout folder, activity address details. Open that. Go to the split mode. And here we have to add the UI part. So you can see this is the UI. So we are having a linear layout as the parent layout and the orientation is vertical. And after that, you can see we are having a map view. See, we are having a map view and we are using ai.nextbillion.maps.core.mapview. So this will be added when we add this Gradle file. Okay, so we need this dependency. We have to add this dependency in order to use this one. Okay, so don't forget that in order to use this map view, you have to add this dependency. Okay, Then we are having an edit text, and it is to enter the address. So we are having an edit text to enter the address, and then a button to submit the details. Okay, we are having respective ID also, btn confirm address, and then one for the address, the ID is address, and for the map view, we are having map view as the ID. Okay, so we can give a margin top for the edit text. Okay, now that's enough. So that's all with the UI part for the address area. Then you can go to the activity Java part, that is address details.java. Here we have to create the object for map view, edit text, and the button. So when you choose the map view, you have to make sure that it is from the ai.nextbillion.maps.core. Okay. So select this map view and give the object name map view. Then we have to create an object for the edit text. Then one for the button. And then we have to create a string in order to store the latitude and longitude. And after that, we can create a string in order to store the API URL, the URL to update the address. So this is the base of the URL. And after this API, we can go to the api.php. So go to routes and api.php. And here you can see we are having user/address/update. So let's copy that and we can paste it here. Okay, so you can see the URL is like this. Okay. Then after this, we have to create an object for the shared preferences. Now we have to initialize these. So in order to initialize the map view, first of all, we have to call nextbillion.getInstance. We have to pass the context. So get application context. Then you can give a comma. And the next parameter is the API key. So you can get the API key from the Nextbillion website. So for that, you can come to this URL, nextbillion.ai, and you can click on schedule a demo or talk to us. And then you will be taken to a form. You can simply fill in your name, email, and designation, etc. And you can submit this. Then they will reach out to you. Or you can simply use this chat option here. Okay. And you have to get the API key from them. After that, you can go back to the code. I'll be providing the API key later on. And after that, we have to call the set content view. So you have to change this line from here, cut this line from here and paste it after this. Okay. So you have to make sure that you add this line, that is nextbillion.getInstance, and passing the context and the API key before calling this set content view, because we are using the map view. If you go to the layout part, you can see that we are using the map view, that is api.nextbillion.map. So for the map view to work, you have to call this get instance before calling the set content view. Okay. And after that, you can initialize the shared preferences. So that is this one, shared preferences equal to get shared preferences, and the name of the shared preference, that is customer app, and the mode private. Then we can initialize the map view. So that is map view equal to find view by ID, r.id. Then give the ID of the map view. So that is map view, and give a semicolon. If you're having any doubt with the ID, you can go to the layout part and you can see the ID here. Okay, that's it. Okay, then we have to initialize the edit text and the button. And after that, you can call map view dot on create, then pass the saved instance state. So you can see that we are having this object here inside the on create, and we are passing that here. And after that, we have to set an on click listener for the button. And inside the on click listener, we'll be checking if the latitude, longitude, and the edit text is empty or not. So for that, if edit text dot get text dot toString, then dot equals empty. So here we are checking if the address that we are entering on the edit text is empty or not. Then give an and. Now we have to check the latitude and longitude also. And open the if condition and hit enter. Hope you can see the code properly. I will hit an enter from here. Okay. Now we can change the condition a little bit. We can change it to not equals. Okay. So let's add it here and also here. So this means that we are checking if the value inside the edit text is not equal to empty, and the latitude is not equal to empty, and longitude is not equal to empty as well. If these three are not empty, then we can call a function to send the request. So we are calling the function send request, and we are passing the view and also the API URL. So we have to create this function. So just like before, we are having this function and we are receiving view and also API URL. So first of all, let's import the classes. Import the class, import the class, import this class. So import all the classes first. Okay, after that, we can see that we are having a post request here. And then if you come to the bottom, you can see we are passing email from the shared preferences. And also we are passing the address. So the address is taken from the edit text. You can see edit text dot get text, and we are converting into string. Then here we are passing the latitude and the longitude. So hope you understand what all data that we are passing. And we have to get the value for latitude and longitude from the map. So we'll be doing that. So here you can see we are inside the on response function. We are receiving the response here. We are setting the view to be enabled equal to true. So since we are setting this to true here, we can set the view to false here. Okay. On click, inside the on click, we can set view dot set enabled. Can set it to false. Okay, that's all. So come back to the function send request here. So we are checking if the response is equal to success. And if it is equal to success, we are showing a toast message address updated. And then we are calling the finish so that the activity will be closed. And inside the else part, we are showing an error message like address failed to update. That's all. Then on the on error response, we are simply enabling the button. That's all. So hope you understand the function. So if you want to post the video and type it, you can post the video and type it. I'll be giving the source code on the description so you can download and refer it. So after this, you can go to the on click listener here. We have to add an else part. So else toast, we are going to make a toast message and we'll be saying enter address latitude longitude first. So you can see if there is no value inside the edit text and latitude and longitude, we'll be showing an error message like this. Enter address latitude and longitude first. Okay, that's all. So that's all with the on click listener part. Then come outside the on click listener here. And then we had to call map view dot get map async. Inside that we have to pass new on map ready callback. Okay, so inside this on map ready, we are receiving the next billion map object. Okay, so we can create an object for this class on the top. Come on the top here, next billion map, create an object. Okay, then scroll to the bottom and inside the on map ready, we can assign the value. Okay, so we are assigning the value to the next billion map variable on the top that we have declared, and we are assigning this value. Okay, and after this we have to call an API. So I will show the API string style URI equal to then this API URL. Okay, api.nextbillion.io/maps/streets/style.json. Give a question mark and then key equal to. then we are passing the key. So for that, we are calling next billion dot get access key. And after that, we can call next billion, the object, dot set style. Then pass new style dot builder and call dot from URI, and then pass the URL that we have created, that is style URI, and that's all. And after that, we can call get style. So next billion map dot get style, and inside this get style, we can pass new style dot on style loaded. Okay, so inside this on style loaded, we have to initialize the location engine and all. So for that, I will create some functions and I'll explain that. So before that, you can give a semicolon here. So you can see that I have added some functions. You can see here build engine request, and we have to import all the classes first of all. So click here and type alt enter, import the class, and click here and type alt enter, import the class, and this one also. Hope you can see the code. So I will hit an enter from here. Okay, hope it is visible for you. Import the classes. So you can see the classes is from the next billion API. Okay, so let's import all the classes. Till here, function animate camera. Okay, and you can see we are having a function animate camera on location found, and then we are having this class, static class, and then we are having a function initiate location engine, and then one more thing, that is build engine request. Okay, so here inside this class, you can see that we are having this activity name. So change this activity name to address details. So give the name of the current activity. So give that here also and here also. Okay, so you can see this resolves the error here. See, that's all. So this is calling this function, that is on location found, and it will call this animate camera, and it will zoom the camera to that particular position, and you can set the zoom here. Okay, so you can set the zoom according to your need. Okay, then you can scroll to the top, and here you can see that we need to create some variables. So let's copy this variable, that is update interval, from here, and let's go to the top, and here we can create an long value. So final long, and the value, that is update interval in milliseconds, equal to, let's give a big value because we don't need to update the map each and every second and all. So let's give it something like 50,000. This is in milliseconds. Okay, and then come to the bottom, and we have to create an object for the location engine. So come to the top. After this, location engine. So this one, this is the class, you can see, and location engine. After that, you can come back, and you can see we are having this one more error, that is the callback. So come to the top once more, and here we can create final navigation launcher location callback, that is the class name, and we can say the variable name like callback L. So we are using callback L, equal to new navigation launcher location callback, and inside that we have to pass the activity. So this, give a semicolon. So hope you can see the code. Okay, this much. Okay, we are simply calling this class on the bottom. In this class, we are simply implementing this location engine callback, and here inside this on success, we are getting the location details, and we are updating that location using this function. Okay, we are passing the location here. See, result dot get last location. and we are passing that location to this function, and you can see in this function we are getting the location, and inside this location variable we'll get the latitude and longitude. See, and then we're passing it to the animate camera. And animate camera, I already explained that. We are zooming the map to the exact location, and we can set the amount of zoom here. Okay, you can change this number and the zoom will be changed. Okay, and that's all. So this is the map area, and we have to call this initialize location engine. So let's go to the top, and here inside the on style loaded, inside this function we have to call it. After loading the style and all, we have to call the function that is initialize location engine. Now we can add a listener to the map, that is next billion map dot add on map long click listener. New on map long click listener. Choose this one. Okay, choose this one. And you can see that in this function we are having on map long click, and come here, and inside here we can set the marker. So when we long click on the map, the marker will be set. So for that, if next billion map dot get markers dot size is greater than 0. So here we are checking if there are any existing markers on the map. And if there are any markers, we can remove all the markers. So for that, next billion map dot remove marker. Then we have to pass the marker. For that, next billion map dot get markers, and then dot get of index 0. And that's all. And then we can add the marker. So here we are removing all the markers, and then after that we can add the marker. So next billion map dot add marker, then pass the latitude and longitude, this variable. Okay, pass that variable, and after that we can store the latitude and longitude to the variable that we have declared on the top. So we are having a string here. So if you go to the top, you can see we are having a string value here, latitude and longitude. So we have to update that value. So come back to the on long click listener. Okay, here, and come here, latitude equal to string value of, we have to convert the value to string. Okay, string value dot value of, then lat lang dot get latitude. Just like this, we'll be accessing the longitude also. Okay, now we are receiving the latitude and longitude when we long click on the map. Okay, and the value will be updated here. Okay, so then when we click on this button, we will make the request, and the value on the latitude and longitude will be there. So it will call this function. Okay, and we'll be passing all those data in this function. So go to that send request function, and you can see on the bottom we are sending the latitude and longitude, and also the address as well. Then also we are passing the email of the user that is logged in. So this will enable us to update the address details of that specific user. Okay, now we can go to the manifest and add one more permission. So add a permission to foreground service. And that's all. You can close the manifest. Now we can try running this application. So the application is almost complete. So let's try running it. So the app has opened. Now we can try clicking on the button. Okay, so in order to open the activity, we haven't implemented the on click for this button. So let's close the emulator, and let's go to the main activity. And here we have to add an on click listener for the buttons. So we haven't added that. So we forgot that. So come here, we can add on click listener for the button. So you can see after calling the fetch data, I have added the on click listener for the button all orders, and we are launching the activity list orders here. Okay, So it is an intent and we are calling the start activity and passing the intent. That's all. And the next one is the address. So we are opening the address details activity. And that's all. And then the next one is for the cart. So we are opening the cart on clicking the button cart. So that's all. So we have added the on click listener for all the three buttons. Okay. And that's all. So we have to do that inside the on create method. Okay. Now we can try running the application. So before running, if we are using this IP address like this, what we have done right now. So you have to enable the firewall for the port 80 for SAMP. So for that, you have to open Windows Defender Firewall with advanced security. So you simply have to search Windows Defender Firewall with advanced security and you will get this option. So open this and click on inbound rules. Right click here on the inbound rules and select the option new rule. Now here inside this we have to select the port and then click next. Here specify the port. So the port right now we are running is 80. Then you can click on next and you can click on allow the connection and click next and check all the options and click next. And here you can give a name for this. So let's name it like SAMP 80 and we can click on finish. So now you can see that we have added a new inbound rule and we have enabled the port 80. So now you can access this API URL, that is this one, with the IP address from your phone, which is connected to the same Wi-Fi network. Okay. So now we can run the application. So you can see that the app has launched. Now we can click on register now and click on login now and it is working. So now we can log in with the user details that we have created earlier. So now we have entered the customer details. Now click on submit and you can see that the login is successful and the allow option for accessing the location is asking. So click on while using the app and now we are having the item. So let's add this item to the cart. Click on the plus button. Operation successful. So let's go to the cart. So you can see that the cart is not loading. So first thing you have to do is open the logout in Android Studio. And here you have to select your device and you have to check for any errors. Okay, so here our error is this one. Okay, so let's check our API. So this is the API. Now we can try running the API. So click on this link. So this is the error. So you can see that there is no row. So let's go down and let's check the error. So this is the line which is causing the error. So I think that we are not passing a actual value here because right now on the user address we are having a dummy value. So if you go to the phpMyAdmin, go to the users table, you can see in the customer option on the address area we can see that we are not having any value in the latitude and longitude. So first of all we have to update the address. So let's go back to the Android Studio and minimize the logout and now you can see the app. So let's go back from the cart and let's open the enter address option. So we have to enter the address first. So here also you can see that the map is not loading. So let's try clicking on the logout and check. You can see that it is showing 401. So that means that we have forgotten to add the API key, I guess. So I forgot to add the API key. So let's go to address details and on the top you can see here. Let's minimize the emulator area. Now here we can see that next billion dot get instance and I have forgot to pass the API key here. So now I have added the API key. Now we can run the application once more. So let's go to enter address and now we can wait and you can see that the map has loaded properly. So let's enable the GPS first and let's wait for some time and you can see now the location, that is my current location, is being showing. Okay, now we can zoom in a little bit and we can select the location properly. Long click on the map and you can change the location like this. See, you can see that. Hope you can see what I'm doing on the mobile. So select the location and now we have to enter the address. So let's enter something like codes EC and now click submit and address updated. So the address is been updated right now. So let's go to the PHP myadmin and check it. So now we can refresh this page and you can see that we have updated the address here, and that's all. So now we can test our cart option. So click on the cart option and you can see the cart is working properly. So we are having two buttons, that is confirm order and one is for clear cart. So on below you can see that we are showing the distance and the duration. Okay, so this is the duration to travel that much distance. Okay, we haven't included the time to cook the food also. So you can add that to this duration. Okay, so you have to do that. Then we can try clicking on clear cart. You can see operation failed. So the issue was we were calling this API. So it was remove one item. Okay, so we need to call this one. So user slash cart slash clear. So let's change the API URL. So let's go to the top and here this URL remove. So go to the end, you can see that we are calling cart slash remove. Instead of remove, change it to clear. And that's all. That was the error. Now we can try running it. So let's try running it. Now let's open the cart and we are having the cart. Now let's click on clear cart and you can see operation success. So if you go to the PHP myadmin, you can see the cart is clear now. So this is the cart before refreshing. Now we can try refreshing it. Now you can see there is nothing inside the cart. So let's add one item. So now we can click on the plus on the app. Operation success. Now we can refresh this page. Okay, so you can see the item is added. See, now if you click on the minus here itself, you can see operation success, and if you refresh this page, it is removed. Okay, hope you understand. Now click on the item plus and let's add 3 items and go to the cart. Now we are having number of items, that is 3. So let's open the code first of all. Okay, now we can click on the confirm order. So let's click on the confirm order button. Okay, now you can see the operation is successful. Okay, we can open the PHP myadmin once more. So now if you refresh the page, there will not be any item. If you go to the orders, you can see the items will be added as an order. See, we are having order number 2 and we are having 3 items. See, item ID 1, 1 and 1. So right now we are only having one item. That's why 1, 1, 1. Okay. And we are having the address also and latitude and longitude. You can see that here. Okay. And the status is open. You can see that here. Okay. So that's all. Now we can click on the orders tab. And you can see we are having 2 orders placed. And one is open and one is assigned. Okay. That's all. So our orders tab is also working. So all our address, editing address option and orders tab and also the cart is working properly. So that's all. So that's all with the customer app. Now we'll be developing the delivery boy app. For the delivery boy app, I have created a new project and you can see I have created an empty activity. So we are having nothing here, only one text view. We'll be changing that. And now we can go to the Gradle scripts and build Gradle. Here we have to add some dependencies. So we have to add these 4 dependencies. So hope you can see them. So we have to add these 4. So you have to make sure that the version of the Google Play services is 20.0.0. Okay. So you should use this version. Okay. And after that, we are adding the next billion map SDK here, version 1.0. And here we are adding the next billion navigation SDK. You can see the version is 0.2.0. And then we are also having Volley added. This is the Google Volley. And these are the 4 dependencies that you have to add. And after that, you can click on sync now. So now we have synchronized the project and you can close the build Gradle. Okay. Now we can go to the app and create one new activity. So click here, right click here and go to new activity and empty activity. So this is for login screen. So we can name it login. Okay, so I have created the login activity. Now for the login, we can copy paste all the code from our previous app, that is the customer app. So here you can see that I have opened the customer app, login.java, and you can see we are having the code for login. So go to the layout and activity login.xml part, and you can copy everything from here. And we can paste that on resources, layout, and activity login.xml in the delivery boy app. So come to the split mode and you can paste it here. Okay. So now you can see that we are having this register now option, and we have to remove that. Okay, now we are having a button to submit and one progress bar and a text view to show the error and one edit text to type the password and one for the email. That's all. And this text view, we are simply showing login. That's all. So you can see that we are having ID for each element. So you have to make sure the ID is correct. And now you can go to the login.java file. And here we can copy paste the code from the previous app, that is the customer app. So let's go to the login.java file in the customer app. And yes, we can copy from here. Since everything is exactly the same, you can copy everything. You can start copying from here. Okay, so start copying from here. And till here. Copy this much till the last bracket. Okay, till here. And we can paste it here. Okay, this much. Select this much and paste it here. Okay, now we have to import all the classes. Okay, the importing has done automatically. I think importing is done. Okay. Okay, Android Studio has imported all the classes. And now you can see we are having this error, register now, because we removed that text view. So we can remove this much. So we are removing the text view and the initialization and the on-click listener for that text view. Remove that much. And then you can see that we are having initialization and all. Okay, scroll down and here we are having the login API. So this is the API and that is correct because we'll be using the same API for logging in to the app for the customer and also for the delivery boy. And scroll down and okay, this is all correct. No change here. And this is also correct. Okay. Okay, everything is correct. So the implementation is done on the login part. Okay, it is exactly same as that of the customer app. So you simply have to copy paste the code. That's all. And one thing you have to change is the name for the shared preference. So you can see that we are using customer app here. So change it to delivery boy app. Now that's all. Okay. So the part for login on the delivery boy app is completed. Okay. Now we can go to the activity main.java file. So the first thing you have to do is go to the activity underscore main.xml file. And here we have to implement the layout part. I have copy pasted all the code for the layout part. So you can see this is our activity main XML part. So we are having a text view that shows welcome back. This is a simple text view. That's all. Then we are having a text view with the ID user details. And we'll be showing the user details here. Okay. So we are simply giving a title like user details here. Then we'll be appending more details here later on. Okay. Then after that, we are having this text delivery title. So here we are simply showing this delivery title. So we'll be changing this title to something like no delivery found or no new pending delivery, etc. And if there is a delivery found, then we'll be showing something like delivery found. And then on the bottom, you can see we are having a card view. And this card view will be displayed. And inside that, we'll be showing the address of the delivery. So you can see here will be inside this text view, we'll be showing the address of the customer. And then on this button, when we click on this button, we will show the map. Okay, so start delivery, this ID. Okay, when we click on this button, we will show the map to the customer's address. Okay, so after that, you can see a button to confirm the delivery. So when the delivery is successful, we can click this button and mark the delivery as successful, and one button to mark the delivery as failed. That's all. So it is very simple UI. So this is for you to simply understand. So you can make a much better UI. So the functionalities is the part where I'll be explaining more. Okay. I'll give the code for this layout part on the description. So simply download the files and you will get it. Okay. Now you can go to the main activity.java file. And here on the top, we have to declare all the objects. Here you can see that we are having a text view with the address of the customer. And then this text view holds the details of our user, that is the delivery boy. And then we are having the API URL. So you can see we are having an API URL here. So this is to get all the details of the delivery. So this will get all the delivery details where the email is equal to, will be passing the email from the shared preferences. Okay. So hope you understand that. We have created this API route. So if you go to the PHP part, you can see that inside the routes folder, api.php, you can see this route here. Okay. So this is the API URL. Use that. And then we are having one shared preference object. And then we are having a string for order ID, latitude and longitude. Then object for the card view and object for the text view title. So I will show you while we are initializing the objects. So let's come here and let's initialize all the objects. So here you can see that the text view address is equal to find view by ID new delivery. So if you go to this new delivery, you can see inside the activity main.xml part, you can see this text view where we are going to display the address of the customer. Okay. So this is the ID. And then the next one is text view user. And if you go to this ID, you can see this is the user details. So we will be seeing the details of the delivery boy here, the email, name, etc. Okay. So after that, we are having the shared preferences and the name of the shared preference. And then we are having a card view and we are initializing that. If you go to the activity main.xml, you can see the ID is correct. Okay. Then we are having the text view for the title. If you go to the activity main, you can see this is the text view for the title. This one. Okay. In here, we'll be showing the title like no delivery pending. And also if delivery is found, we'll be showing delivery found, etc. So we'll be change this title according to if you are having a delivery or not. So we'll be changing that text here. Okay. And that's all. Then we are setting the text view title. That is this one. Okay. We are setting that text to no pending delivery. Okay. So by default, it will be showing no pending delivery. Okay. And after that, we can also set the card view visibility to gone. And then we have to create an object for the buttons. So we are having 3 buttons. So if you go to activity main, you can see we are having a button to view the location and then a button to confirm and one to confirm it has failed. Okay. And here we can come here and create an object for the button. Okay, now we have initialized the objects. You can see we are having 3 button objects and we have initialized them to the respective ID. So you can see start delivery. So click control and click on this ID and you can see this is the button. Okay, that is for viewing the location. Okay, and the next one is button success and button failed. And that's all. That's what we are doing here. We are initializing the objects. Now we have to set on click listener for the button start and button failed, and also for the button location. Okay, now we have set the on click listener for all the 3 buttons. You can see this one for the button success, button failed, and button location. Now we have to create a function to fetch all the data from this API. Okay, so just like we did before on the customer application, we have to create a function fetch data. So you can see this is the fetch data function. So after the on create function, you have to come outside this method and then you can create this function. Okay, so it is fetch data and we are making a get request. So let's import all the classes. Now you can see this is the code. If you want to pause the video and type it, you can pause the video and type. Okay, hope you can see the code properly. I will hit an enter from here so you can view the code properly. Okay, so this is the function. So here you can see that we are making a get request and then we are passing the API URL. So if you go to the API URL, you can see at the end we are having a question mark and we are passing the email equal to. So after that we have to pass the email. So here we can see that we are accessing the email from the shared preferences. So if you go to the login, you can see that we are setting the email to the shared preference here. Okay, so this is the same thing that we did on the customer application. Okay, and then inside the on response, when we get a response from this API, we'll come inside this on response function. And then we are passing the response to a function parse JSON. So we are getting a JSON response. Okay, now we have to create this function. So this is the function parse JSON. You can see that we are receiving the data. So we are passing the response from here and we are receiving it here. Okay. And then we can see we have to import all the classes. So let's import the classes. So in order to import the classes, you simply have to click on the red class, this one here, and then type Alt Enter. You can see the option import class. Okay, that's all. Simply import all the classes. And after that, you can see we are having this function. Okay, and all the errors are gone. Okay, I will explain the function now. So we are receiving a JSON array. So the first thing we'll be receiving is a JSON string. So we are converting into JSON array. And then we are checking if the JSON array's length is greater than 0. And if it is greater than 0, we are setting the visibility of the card to visible. So on the top, we have set it to gone. So that's why we are setting it to visible. And then we are setting the text view title to new delivery details found. Okay, and after that, inside the for loop, we are running this for loop till the length of the array. And then we are receiving the JSON objects. So just like what we did on the previous videos, we are simply accessing the JSON object. We also have a dedicated video on explaining how to parse JSON. So you can watch that. So it's available on our channel. And then you can see here, we are accessing the address. And this is the order ID, latitude and longitude. So you can see these are the key names that we pass from our API side. So let's go to the API side and I will show you. So let's open the api.php inside the routes. And you can see we are calling this API. Okay. So this is the function that is get delivery. So click here. You can go to this delivery boy manager controller. So inside the app, HTTP controller, and you can see delivery boy manager. Okay. And inside this, you can see this function get delivery. So you can see that we are returning all the items from the orders table where email is equal to, that is the delivery boy email is equal to the email that we pass. Okay. And then status is also assigned. Okay. And we are returning all the details and we are simply returning it. Okay. So in order to know how the key name comes from, you can go to the database folder here inside the migrations. We can open the orders.php, this one. Hope you can see it properly. Okay. And here inside that, you can see we are having these names. Okay. Delivery boy email, customer email, items, destination address, destination lat, destination loan. Okay. And the status. So this is the key names that we are using on the Android side. So hope you understand how this key names come from. And then you can see we are setting the address on the text view address. Okay. Then after that, the parse JSON is done. Now we have to call this function fetch data. So you can go to the on create method on the top. Okay. We can call the fetch data function here. Okay. That's all. Now we have to implement a function to mark the order status. So we have to implement the function for this button. Okay. That is button success and button failed. we have to make a API call in order to set the status as success and failed. So for that, we have to come here before the parse.json function. After the onCreate function, here we can make another function for marking the status. Okay, I have added the function mark order status, and we are receiving a URL and also string, that is status. Okay, so we'll be accepting the status and also the URL of the API. Okay, and here we are making a get request to the URL, and inside the onResponse function, you can see we are checking if the response is equal to success. And if it is equal to success, you can see that we are making a toast saying marked delivery, and then we are passing the status. See, so marked delivery success, it will be showing success because most probably the status will be success. We have to pass that status when we are calling the function. Okay, and then you can see the length of the toast and all. And here we are setting the card view to visibility gone. Okay, so we are setting the visibility for the card view to gone. And then for the text view title, we are setting the text to no pending delivery. Okay. Okay, and here you can see on the else part, if the response is not equal to success, you can see we are showing operation failed. You can say any other messages also. You can simply pass the error message from the API also. But for now, we are simply making it simple as possible. So that's why I'm showing a general message. Okay. And then on the on error response, we are simply showing the error on the stack trace. Okay. So that's all with the mark order status function. And now we have to call this function. So we can call this function from the button success on click listener. Okay. So come inside this on click listener, and we have to call this function mark status. First of all, we have to pass the URL. In order to get the URL, you can scroll to the top and select some portion from here. So this much will be same. So you can copy till here. Copy this much and we can paste it here. And the remaining part of the API, we can go to the PHP part, and then let's go to the routes folder and api.php. And here we can see the URL structure is like users/delivery/success. Okay, and the next one is failed. Okay, so let's check that both. Now we can copy it and paste it. So now we can paste it at the end. So paste it here. Okay, let's remove one backslash. Okay, and this is the URL. After this, we have to pass the order ID along with the URL. So I will show you how. So give a question mark. Hope you can see the code where I'm typing properly. So this is on the right side here. Okay, so hope you can see that properly. And we have to give a question mark, then order underscore ID. Okay, and then give an equal to symbol. Okay, that's all. Then after this double quotes, we can give a plus symbol, and then we can call the order ID. So on the top, if you go to the top, you can see that we have initialized the object that is a string order ID. And on the bottom, inside the fetch data, inside the parse.json, okay, here, we are actually assigning the value for the order ID. Okay, hope you understand. And let's go back to the function call. So this is the API URL. Okay, this is too long. Hope you can see it properly. I will reduce it. Okay, so this is the API URL. Okay, this much. So this much is the API URL, and we are passing the order ID. Okay, and let's give a comma after that. Now we have to pass the status also. I will hit an enter from here. Okay, let's open the project. Okay, now we are passing the status also. So the status will be success. Okay, that's all. Now we can copy this function call and we can paste it on the btn failed also. Okay, inside the button failed on click listener, we have pasted it, and we can change the status success to failed. And also here, we can change this URL to failed. Change this success to failed. Okay, that's all. So the function call is also done. So we are having the button on click listener for both the button success and also for the button failed. So now if you want to show the user's details, so we can show the details that we store here in the shared preferences, that is the name and the email, etc. You can show that on this text view, that is the text view user. So we can call that here after initializing the shared preferences. You can call it anywhere after that. Okay. So after here, you can come here and type text view user dot set text, and then we can pass something like shared preferences dot get string name. Pass a default value that is empty. Okay, so here we'll be getting the name of the user that is logged in, and let's give a plus symbol. Let's add a /n and then one more plus symbol, and then we can pass the email also. So let's hit enter from here and let's copy this much and paste it here. Change the name to email. So if you are having any doubt with the key name, you can go to the login and here we can see it is name email. Okay, this one is for login, that is the status that will be checking on the activity main. We have to check that here, so we are going to do that. Okay, so that's all. So now we are showing the email and the name on this text view. Okay, we have to check if the user is logged in or not from the activity main. So let's open the customer app and you can go to the main activity.java file, and here you can see this much. If shared preference dot get string, that is login, default value is false, that is equal to false. Okay, then we are opening the login screen again. Okay, you can copy this much. So you can paste it after the initialization of shared preferences. Okay, after that you can paste it anywhere. So we are pasting it here and you can see we are calling the intent to open login screen and we are finishing the current activity, that is the main activity. That's all. After this, we have to ask the permission for accessing the location. So for that, we can go to the customer application and here on the main activity.java file, you can see we are calling this check permission function. So let's go to that function and we can copy it. And then we can paste that function after the onCreate method. Okay, after this, come here and paste it here. Okay, now we have to call this function. So let's go to the top and we can call it here after the if condition. Okay, then we can ask the user to enable GPS if it is disabled. So for that, I have added this file. You can see that GPS utils. And in this class, we are having a function to check the status of the GPS. You can see that here. And if GPS is not enabled, we are calling this alert dialog box. So this function has an alert dialog box. Okay, and we are having a enable GPS option and also no thanks option. If you go to the enable GPS option, you can see we are calling an intent and this will open the location settings on your phone. Okay, and if you click on no thanks, we are simply dismissing the dialog box. That's all. So we are going to call this status check function. So come to the main activity and we have to create an object for this. So let's create an object. Create an object and initialize the object. You can see we are passing the activity and then GPS utils object dot, we can call the status check, and that's all. Now if you run the application, it will ask for enabling GPS if the GPS is not enabled. Now we can try running this application and check. Let's enter the details for the delivery boy. So I have entered the details for the delivery boy. So if you're having any doubt, you can go to the PHP myadmin. And here you have to select the database and go to the users table. And you can see that we are having one delivery executive. And the email is one@delivery.com. Okay. If you want to add a new delivery boy, you can simply go to the customer app and you can enter a new customer and you can change the type from customer to delivery. Okay. So that's all. Very simple. Okay. So we are doing like that because we have to get the password in an encrypted form. Okay. So hope you understand that. Now we are having one delivery boy, that is this one at delivery.com. So that's it. Now we can go to the app and here the details are correct. Now we can click on submit. You can see that we are having an error. Clear text HTTP traffic is not permitted. So go to the manifest and here we have to add inside this application tag. Come here and we have to add use clear text traffic and set it to true. That's all. Now this line will solve this error. Okay. And click run. Let's enter the details. Then we can submit it. And you can see the login is successful. Here you can see that the app is asking for us to enable the permission to access internet. So let's enable it. Okay. So you can see that the GPS option is not coming. So I think the GPS is enabled by default. So let's go to the top and let's go to this. And here you can see the location is turned on. So let's close that, turn off it. And then now we can try running the app once more. Now you can see the dialog box to enable the GPS. So if you click on enable GPS, it will open the settings to turn on the location. Okay. So that's all. We haven't implemented this button, that is view location. So next one we'll be doing that. So you can see we are having one delivery and you can see we can click on completed and also on failed. Let's try completing the delivery. Click on complete and you can see delivery marked successfully and the text view changed to no pending deliveries. Okay, now if you try to run it once more, if there are any pending delivery, it will show again. Okay, so you can see it is not having any pending deliveries. So we are not updating the data on real time. Okay, so you have to close the app and open it. So if you want to update the data on real time, you can do that. So since this is a tutorial, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so you have to close the app and open it. Then only the request will go. So I will show you where we are making the request. So here on the main activity Java, you can see that we are calling this fetch data. So this is inside the onCreate method. So this will only be called once when we open that activity. Okay, so that's why. So now we can go to the phpMyAdmin and check the status of that delivery. So let's go to the orders table. And here we can see the status. Let's go to the status. You can see the status here for the first one is success. Okay, so other things are dummy values. So we inserted this manually. That's why it is showing the dummy values. And the next one is open. That means we haven't assigned that. So let's go to the admin dashboard and assign it to the delivery boy. So in order to run the admin dashboard, we can use the PHP artisan serve. So let's go to cd food delivery app and then PHP artisan serve. Okay. So you can also run using the localhost SAMP. So if you are running using the localhost SAMP, I will show you how it looks like. So let's open this URL first. So you can see I have opened the login screen. So it is /login. Okay. And now we have to enter the admin details. So admin@gmail.com and password is 123. Click on sign in. And we are having new order here. Okay. So we can assign it to the delivery boy. Click on assign. Okay. Now we can open the app and try. So now you can see it is not showing anything here. So let's try opening it once more. You can see when we close the app and open it once more, the new delivery address is found. See? Okay. So let it be there. And now we have to implement this view location part. Before that, you can go back to the PHP part and I will show you how to open that using the SAMP URL. So for that, actually, you can copy the link from here. So you can copy this much from here. Okay. So this much /public. And you can open that inside the browser. So let's paste it here on the browser and hit enter. You can see it is showing the hi. So we are simply showing hi for the index page. Now we can go to the login page. So after public, give /login. Hit enter and you can see it is working. Okay, let me zoom out. Okay, you can see that. Okay, so it is having IP address /food delivery application / the folder name for the project, then /public our URL, that is login, product, order, etc. Okay. So we can change the IP address and change it to localhost also. So right now we are using the IP address. Okay. Now we can enter the admin details here. After logging in, you can see we are on the dashboard page. Let's go to the products page and we are having the products. Go to the orders and you can see the orders here. So the second order, you can see it is assigned. See, and the first one is success. Okay. So everything is working perfectly. Okay. So now you can go back to the Android part. So now we can implement the view location part. So in order to do that, we have to create a new activity. So let's close the emulator and come here on the app to right click and go to new activity and then create an empty activity. We can name it something like view location. Now we can click on finish. So the new activity is added. Okay. Now here we have to create some objects on the top. Now here you can see that I have added some objects and variables. So here you can see the point is red. So I haven't imported the class because you can click here and type alt enter and you can see import class. Click that. You can see it is having two classes. Okay. So you have to choose ai.nextbillion.kids.geojson. Okay. So you have to use this one, not the android.graphics. Okay. Use this point and that's it. So here you can see that we are having some update intervals. So we'll be using that on the bottom functions. So we'll be creating them. So this is the default zoom for the map and this is the animation duration. We'll be using them on the coming functions. And then we have created an object for the location engine. So it is from the Nextbillion SDK. You can see that here. Okay. And then we are having the nav Nextbillion map. Create an object for that. And this is a static. Okay. Then we are having this location found. Okay. And then the point. So this is the current location. So we'll be storing the current location here. And this contains latitude and longitude also. Okay. So I will show you how to access the latitude and longitude, etc. This is the map view from the Nextbillion SDK. So you can see that here. Okay. And this is the direction route. So here we'll be storing the route and then we'll be passing it to the navigation. I will show you how we are going to do that. And this one is for storing the origin and the destination. Okay. After that, you can come inside the own create. And here we have to come before this set content view. Come before this set content view and you have to call next billion dot get instance, then pass the get application context, give a comma, and then we have to pass the key. So you have to pass the API key. So you will get this API key from the Nextbillion website. So in order to get the API key, you simply have to come to the website nextbillion.ai and here you can simply contact them. Click on talk to us or you can simply use this chat option. Simply reach out to them and they will contact you back and you will be provided with the API key. So I'll be giving my API key later. Okay, and after that you can set this content view. So after calling this, you have to set the content view because we'll be using the Nextbillion map inside this layout part. Okay, so you can go to this activity view location and inside this you can go to split mode and here we have to add a map view and also a button to start the navigation. So you can see that I'm using a constraint layout and inside that I have added a map view. So you can see it is constrained to all the ends. You can see that here. Okay. Then you can see that we are having the ID for the map view. That is map view. Then we are having a button and the button is having the ID btn start now. Okay. So that's all with the view part. So I will provide this on the description. You can simply download that zip file. I'll be giving it as a zip file. Okay. And you can simply extract that and you'll be having different folders for each app, etc. And you can simply check all the files and refer those files to do this project. Okay. So let's go to the view location.java file. And here, first of all, we can set the origin and the destination. So inside the onCreate, we can set origin equal to point dot from lang lat. Okay, this function. And inside that we can pass the longitude and the latitude. So the first one is the longitude and the second one is the latitude. So we can get the origin latitude and longitude from our API side. So let's go to the PHP, and here inside the controllers order manager, we can come to this function calculate estimated time. You can see that we have given the latitude and longitude for the origin here. Hope you remember how to get this. Copy that and we can paste the latitude and longitude here. Now let's copy the longitude and paste it here. Give a comma and then we can paste the latitude. Now we can remove this. Give a semicolon and that's it. So now we are having the origin. Now we have to set the destination. So not to set the destination, we have to get the destination from the previous activity. So let's go to the main activity where we are going to call this new activity. So we can come to this on click listener for button location here. We have to create an indent. So let's create an indent to open the new activity. Create an object equal to new indent, get application context, give a comma and then give the class name for the next activity. So that is view location dot class. Now we can use the put extra function to pass the latitude and the longitude. So intent dot put extra and pass the latitude lat, give a comma, then give the variable name that is latitude. So we are fetching this latitude from the API earlier. Hope you remember that. Then we have to pass the longitude. So let's duplicate this line and change this to long. Okay. And then change the variable name to longitude. Okay. Okay. Now we can start the activity. Start activity intent. And that's all. Now we can go to view location.java and we can access the data that we just passed here. So for that, bundle, create an object equal to get intent dot get extra, give a semicolon, and then we can create a string for latitude and longitude. So it's like string lat equal to, then we can access the latitude like bundle dot get string, then give the key name that we just used on the previous activity. So the key name is lat. Next one is long. Okay. So we can access it like lat. Give a semicolon. That's all. Then let's access the longitude as well. LON equal to, change this key name, LONG. Okay. And that's it. So now we are having the destination details here. So let's assign that to the destination variable. Destination equal to point dot from, and inside that we can pass the, first of all we have to convert the string to the double. So double dot parse double, and inside that we can pass the string. So LON, give a comma, double dot parse latitude LAT, and that's all. Now we are having the destination and the origin. Now we have to initialize the map view. So come here, map view equal to find view by ID dot ID dot, then give the ID of the map view. It is map view itself. So if you're having any doubt with the ID, you can simply click on the map view ID here. By clicking on the control, click on the ID. Then it will be taking you to the view part and you can see the ID here. Okay. Make sure the ID is correct. After that, we have to create a button and set an on-click listener for the button. So we have created a button for the ID BTN start nav. So this is the button that we click to start the navigation screen. Okay. So we can set an on-click listener for that. And then inside this on-click listener, we can launch the navigation view. So we can do that later. Now come here after this map view. Here we can call map view dot on create, then pass the saved instance state. You can see we are passing this bundle object. Okay. And then we can call the get map async. So for that, we can go to the customer application. Here you can see on the customer application, the address details area. Come to the Java part and we can copy from here, from the get map async here, from here to here. Okay, you can copy this much. Copy it. And then you can come to this view location on the delivery boy app. After the on click listener for the button, you can paste it here. Okay. Now here we can remove this line from the top, remove this line. And also we can remove this function, and inside this on map long click, we can remove this on map long click. So remove this much from here. Okay. So we just need the on style loaded. And inside this, we can call nav next billion map equal to new nav next billion map. And inside that, we can pass the map view, give a comma and pass the next billion map also. And then we can call update location layer render mode. So for that, nav next billion object dot update location layer render mode. Okay. So location layer render mode, this one. Okay. Inside that we can pass render mode dot compass. So we can pass GPS, normal, etc. So we'll be passing compass. And then hit an enter. Then we have to initialize the location engine and all. So for that we have to create a function. So for that you can go back to the customer app. So we can start copying from here. We need this function, that is build engine request, initialize location engine. And after that we also need this class, and you can copy that also. And till here, okay, till this class. So you have to copy from here, from this function to the end of this class. Okay, copy that much. And you can paste after the onCreate method. So come below the onCreate and we can paste it here. Now you can see that we are having a different activity name. So we can change it to view location. So change it on the above also. Change it here and here also. Okay. Now here we can see that we are calling a callback. So we have to create the object for that. So for this, you can go to the top, and here we have to add this. So you can see final, the class name, that is navigation launcher location callback, and create the object name. Then we are creating new navigation launcher location callback, passing the activity. Okay. And now that error will be fixed. And here we can see we are calling a function, that is location found. So we have to create this function. So here you can see that I have added that function location found, and also I have added one more function, that is update current location. So this function will be updating our current location. If you go to the top, so let's click here. Okay. Here you remember that we declared a current location. So we have to update that current location. So for that we are using this function. Okay. And here we are calling the animate camera also. So we need to implement that also. And this is the animate camera function. So you can see we have to import all the classes. So click here and type alt enter. Import all the classes. Okay. So I have explained this earlier on the previous app, that is the customer app. So you can see that we are simply pointing the map to a location, and we are setting the zoom level also. That's all. And on the top, okay, we are calling the location found function. And we have to call this function also, that is update current location. So we can call it here. So come here, activity dot update current location. You have to pass the location details. So for that, point dot from lang lat, and inside that we can pass location dot get longitude, give a comma, and location dot get latitude. So now we are updating the current location. Now we can go to the top inside the on style loaded. Here we can call that function initialize location engine. And after that we can also call the animate camera function. So animate camera, we have to pass the location of the origin. So new lat lang, then pass the origin dot latitude, comma, origin dot longitude. And that's all. Then we have to add a marker to the destination. So in order to add a marker, we can call nav next billion map object dot add marker. Then pass the context, get application context, give a comma, and then we can pass the destination address. So we are storing the destination address on a variable here, we can see. So we can pass this variable. So now we are having a marker on the destination. Okay. And then we can fetch the route. So in order to fetch the route, we have to create a function. So let's create a function to fetch the route. So for that, you can come outside the onCreate method. And here we can create a function named fetch route. And inside this, we can call the class NB navigation. So NB navigation dot fetch route. Okay, this one. And inside that we can pass the origin and the destination. So origin, give a comma, destination, give a comma, and then we have to pass the callback. So new callback of directions response. So choose this one. Okay, now we are having on response and on failure function. Okay, hope you can see the code properly. Inside this on response, we can check if it is successful. So come here. If response dot is successful, and if it is successful, we can get the route from the response. Okay, so we can create an object for directions response equal to response dot body, and here we can call direction route. Create an object route equal to, we can call directions response dot routes. Then we can get the route like dot get, then pass the index. So we'll be getting more than one route. So we are using the first route. And then we can check if the route is more than a specific distance or not. So for that, if route dot distance greater than, check if it is greater than 25D. Then if it is greater than that, we can assign the route to the route variable that we have declared on the top. So on the top, we can see that we have declared a route variable here. So we can assign the value here. Okay. So for that, we can call view location dot this dot route. Then assign the route. Give a semicolon. Okay. And then we can draw the route to the map. So we can draw the route like nav next billion map dot draw route, and then we can pass the route. That's all. Now this will add the route to the map view. That's all. Then we can add an else part for this if condition. select a longer route. So that means if the route is less than this, we are showing a snack bar and saying the message, select a longer route. That's all. Now we can call this function. So the function is fetch route. So go inside the on style loaded here. After all this, we can call fetch route. And that's all. Now we can go to the on click listener for the button and we can type the code for launching the navigation view. So for that, come inside the on click listener and we can use the class name nav launcher config dot builder. Now create an object config builder equal to nav launcher config dot builder. Inside that we can pass the route. So here we are passing the route that we have stored from here. Okay, inside this fetch route function we are storing the route and then we are passing that route to the navigation view here. Okay, and after that we can call navigation launcher dot start navigation. Pass the activity and then pass the builder. So configuration builder dot build. Okay, you can see this is having an error. So you can pass it like view location dot this. Okay, and that's all. That's all with the view location part. Now we can go to the manifest and here we have to add some permissions. So you can see we have added all the necessary permission to access internet, location, the course and the file location, permission for foreground service and to access the network state. Okay, then we can add one more line inside this application. Come inside this and we can use hardware accelerated equal to true. Okay, and we are also adding this line users clear text traffic equal to true. Okay, so add these two lines and that's all. Now you can close the manifest. Now we can try running this application. So let's click on the run. Now the app has launched. Now we can enter the delivery boy details. Okay, now we have entered all the details. Now we can click on submit. Okay, the login is successful. And then you can see that the app is asking for us to enable the access for location. So click the first option. And now we can see it is asking us to enable the GPS. So let's click on enable GPS and turn on the GPS. Okay. Now we are having one delivery pending. So let's click on the button view location. And here you can see that the route is loading. Okay. So this is our route to the location. So you can see this is our origin. That is the location of the restaurant. And then if you go to here, you can see this is the destination. So if you go to the code, I will show you inside the code. So here you can see inside the on style loaded, we are adding a marker to the destination. See, so we are having a marker on the destination and on the origin, we haven't added anything. So this is the origin. Okay. And this is the route from the origin to the destination. Okay. Now we can click on the start navigation. So you can see this is the navigation view. Okay. And you can see this is the origin and this is the destination. Okay. So we have already reached the destination. Okay. So that's it. So this is the navigation view. So now we can exit the navigation view. Okay. And this is back to our map view with the route. Let's go back. And here we are having the option to mark the delivery as completed and failed. So now we can mark the delivery as completed. And you can also see that we are having the address of the customer. So we are also showing the address of the customer here. Now we can click on the complete button. And now we can see it is successful. So the status is marked as success. So that's all with the delivery boy app. Now we can go to the PHP MyAdmin and check the status. So let's go to the orders. And here we can see the status for the second order and it is successful. Okay, hope you can see this. And that's all. So hope you understand this. So that's all. Now we have completed the admin dashboard and the customer application and also the delivery boy application. So let's try running it all together. So let's open the admin dashboard. Let's enter the details for the admin dashboard. And after sign in, you can see that we are not having any pending orders. So let's open the customer application first. So now we can run the customer app once more. So the customer app has launched once more. So before launching the customer app, let's go back to the admin dashboard and let's go to the products and let's add one more new product. So you can see that we have added the product successfully. So it is a pizza and we have added the price and also the description and also the image. Okay, we are also having the delete option. Now we can try opening the customer app once more. Let's run the application once more. So now you can see the customer app has launched and we are having two items. So now let's add the pizza and let's add biryani. So now we are having two items on the cart. So let's go to the cart and inside the cart we can see we are having two items. Okay, and we are having the option to confirm cart and also to clear the cart. And if you want to show some pricing for the delivery, so in order to show that, let's go to the customer app. I'll show you how to add a delivery fee. So go to the cart option in the customer app. And here we can go to the top, come to the top here, and we can create a variable, an integer variable, int price per kilometer. And we can set a amount, maybe like 20. And our price per kilometer is 20. And then we can go down to the parse JSON function. Okay, and come here. And here we can calculate the price for the total distance. So come here and we can calculate it like int total price equal to, we have to multiply the distance with the price per kilometer. So here we can see that we are multiplying a string with an integer. So let's convert this to an integer. So integer dot parse int. And okay, now we are calculating the total price. So we are multiplying the total distance in kilometer with the price per kilometer. Okay, and we can display that after the distance here. Okay, so we can add it here. So give a slash in here. Okay, now here we can see that I'm showing the delivery fee and we are showing the total price, and the total price is calculated here. Okay, and okay, now we can try running it once more. Now the customer app has launched and let's go to the cart, and here we can see the delivery fee. Okay, so the delivery fee is showing 380. So we can reduce that here. So you simply have to reduce on the top. Okay, so simply reduce that to something lower, and that's all. So now we can see I have updated the price per kilometer and now the delivery fee is lower. So you can set the delivery fee according to your need. And you can also fetch this value from the API. So here we are fetching the details here. We can see inside this function, that is the fetch data. And here we can return that value, that is the price per kilometer. And then we can assign it here. Okay, just like we are assigning the value here, we can assign this value, that is the price per kilometer, in this function. Okay, hope you understand that. So that's all with the customer app. Now we can click on confirm order. So you can add a payment gateway in the confirm order. So we have already done a video on how to integrate payment gateway. So I will show you the videos. I will also give the link on the description. So we are having a video on how to implement Stripe on Android. And if you scroll down further, you can see one more video, how to implement Razorpay webhook. And also on the bottom, we are also having the implementation of Razorpay in PHP and also on Android. So you can see that. So if you are from India, you can use this Razorpay. And if you are from outside India, you can go to the top and use this Stripe payment integration. And I'll be giving the link for all this on the description and also on the I button, so you can check that out. Now our customer app is done. Now let's go to the delivery boy app once more. So now we are inside the delivery boy app. Let's launch the app once more. So the app has launched and you can see that we are not having any pending delivery. So previously I have confirmed the cart, that is the 2 items that we were having on the customer app. I have confirmed that. Now we have to assign that order to a delivery boy. So this delivery boy name is delivery 1. So let's assign the order to this delivery boy. So for that we can open the admin dashboard and let's go to the dashboard area, admin/dashboard. So if you check this home button, we haven't implemented the home button. So let's go to the PHP code and here we can go to the web.php and let's give a name for the dashboard. Okay, the dashboard is having a name, that is dashboard. Now let's copy that name and we can go to the view part. Here we can see in the resources, go to views, inside the include header.blade.php and here on the home page, let's add a route. Okay, now we have added the route dashboard to the home. Now if you click on the home, it will take you to the dashboard. So if you refresh this page and click on this home, you can see the web page is going to the dashboard area. So click on products, you can see products, click on home, it is going to the dashboard. Okay, now you can see we are having one order and the order is pizza and chicken biryani. Now let's assign this to the delivery boy. So right now we are only having one delivery boy. So let's click on assign and it is assigned to that delivery boy. So let's go to the orders here and you can see the status is assigned. If you want to show more items from the database, we can simply show that from the PHP part. So we can do that. Now we can open the delivery boy app once more. So here we can see that we are having a new delivery. So new delivery details found. Okay. So now let's click on the view location and it is showing the route. Let's click on start navigation and the navigation is starting. That's all. Exit it and let's go back. And now we can mark this as failed. So we can test if the failed option is also working. So let's click on failed and you can see that option is also working properly. Now let's go to the PHP MyAdmin and check it. So let's refresh this page from the admin dashboard. So here you can see the order status is assigned. So let's refresh the page and you can see the status changed to failed. So hope you understand this. So that's all with the implementation. So hope you understand how to develop a food delivery application. So we have seen how to create an admin dashboard and also a customer Android app and also one delivery boy app with the navigation and all. And the navigation part was made successful with the help of NextBillion API and their SDK. So we can go to this nextbillion.ai website. I'll give the link on the description and you can sign up here. Simply click on talk to us or schedule a demo, or simply click on the chat option and start a chat and you can contact them and they will provide you with the details. And after that you can go to the developers option here. Here you can see that we are having the navigation SDK and also the distance metrics API and the map SDK, which we have used while developing the application. And we can also check other APIs. So let's go to the distance metrics API and you can see that we have used this to calculate the distance and the duration. So hope you remember that. Then let's go to the route optimization. And here you can see that this helps you to calculate the optimized route between the origin and the destination. When it is having multiple stops between the origin and the destination, this API, that is the route optimization API, will help you to find the optimized route between them. So you can simply read this documentation and it is very easy to implement. So on the top, you can see this API is depreciated. So you can move to this route optimization MVRP API. So MVRP means multiple vehicle routing problem. So this API can help you to solve the multiple vehicle routing problem. So you can use this, read the documentation and you can simply implement it with the help of the documentation. And then if you want to see other APIs, you can go to the directions API. So you can read this. So they are having many other APIs. So we are having the navigation API. So we are using the navigation SDK. So that's why we are not using this on this video. If you want this navigation API, you can use this. So you have to contact them for that. Okay. And we are also having the map. If you go to the maps, you can see we are having Android SDK. So we use this map. And here you can see the map is also available for the web. So you can see this is the map view. So we are getting a detailed view of the map here. So it is very simple to add a map to the web. You simply have to add this much line of code and add this JavaScript library. That's all. Then you will get this map view. So you can see you are having a much detailed map view here. Okay, so you can see the location and all. Every single detail is here in the map view. And if you go to the places, they are also having geocoding and autocomplete, auto suggestion, etc. So if you want to try them, you can check that. Simply read the documentation and it will be easy for you to implement it. I will also show you how to update the currency and also the origin and the destination. So if you want to update the currency, you can simply update the currency here. So we are not doing much here. We are simply displaying a symbol. So if you want to change this currency, you can simply change that to a respective currency. So let's change it to dollar. And you can change that here also on the top. Okay, now we have updated that on the cart area. So let's go to the activity main. And here we have to update the price here also. So let's go to the adapter, recycler view adapter. And here on the top, you can see that we are setting the price here. Okay, so let's change this to dollar. Since we are simply displaying this value, so you can change the currency to anything like euro, dollar, anything. So we are not using this currency for something special right now, since we are not implementing the payment gateway. If you want to implement the payment gateway, simply refer the videos that we have already done. So go to our channel and you can watch the video for Stripe and also for the Razorpay. Now that's all with the currency. And if you want to change the origin and the destination, open the PHP part, go to the order manager controller. You can see inside the controllers, open the order manager.php. And here inside this calculate estimated time, you have to change the origin latitude and longitude. So this was the previous one. So let's comment it. And this is the new one that I have added. So this is a location in Los Angeles, and this is the Starbucks location. So this is the location of our restaurant. And I have also changed the location for the customer. So if you go to the phpMyAdmin, you can see I have also updated the customer's location. So you can see here the destination lat and destination long. I have updated that to location in Los Angeles. Open the activity address details.java file, and here we can add the origin here also, since we are passing the origin manually. So we can pass it here. So you can see that I have added origin here on the top, and then I have added the origin details here. So this is the longitude and the latitude. So this is the same longitude and latitude that I have given on the PHP side. So use that like this, and then scroll down. And here inside the on style loaded, we can call the animate camera function. And you can call the animate camera function like this. Now this will zoom the map to this latitude and longitude. So let's run the application. Now the customer app has launched. Now let's go to the enter address area. You can see the map is zoomed to Los Angeles. And here we can select an address here somewhere. So let's click here. Okay, so I'm selecting this area and let's enter some address. And now we can click on submit. Okay, so we have updated our customer's address. Now let's go to the cart, and you can see the distance and the delivery fee and also the duration also. And you can also see that the price is shown on dollars. You can see that here also. Okay, so now we can confirm this cart. And that's it. So hope you understand this. So hope you understand how to update the origin location, that is the location of the restaurant. So you can simply update the origin location by changing the latitude and longitude for the origin details. So hope you understand how to develop a food delivery application. So we have seen how to implement the admin dashboard and also the customer application and the delivery boy application. We have also implemented the navigation for delivery boy application. So hope you understand how to implement them. If you are having any doubt, leave a comment below and I'll respond to them. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel for more such videos.